Chapter 1403. In the Xianming Palace in the Xianming territory, there were many palaces in the mountains. They were undulating and surrounded in all directions. Looking down from above, one could vaguely see the position of the palaces. The lines outlined the shape of a giant beast. Rumor had it that it was the Xianming beast. Of course, rumors were just rumors. No one had seen the Xianming beast. It was an ancient giant beast that existed in legends. It was like a god. In the Xianming Hall of the Xianming Palace, the palace master sat on the main seat. On his left and right were a group of elders. Palace master, in these 2 months, we have found a total of 3 Black Fiend strongholds. We have eliminated them, an elder reported after bowing slightly. Continue to search. The palace master waved his hand. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. 2 months ago, in the Xianming Small World, 2 supreme talents had died in the Xianming Small World. One of them was Dai Donglin, who was ranked 28th on the Dark Leaderboard. This had infuriated the upper echelons of the Xianming Palace. Coincidentally, there were assassins from the Black Fiend who had risked their lives to enter the Xianming Small World. As such, everything was attributed to the Black Fiend. The Xianming Palace immediately took action. In 2 months, they had found 3 Black Fiend strongholds and eliminated them. In terms of overall strength, the Xianming Palace was stronger than the Black Fiend. However, the Black Fiend had the advantage of being secretive and difficult to find. The Xianming Palace had mobilized all their forces and spent 2 months only to find 3 strongholds. In the huge Black Fiend, there were more strongholds than divisions. There were probably hundreds of them. To the Black Fiend, the elimination of 3 strongholds was not a big loss. The other strongholds were even more secretive, making it difficult for the Xianming Palace to find them. The elimination of 3 strongholds also reduced the anger of the upper echelons of the Xianming Palace to a certain extent. The Black Fiend had existed for so many years without being eliminated. Naturally, they had their own unique abilities. Although the Xianming Palace was stronger than the Black Fiend, there was a limit. If an all-out war really broke out, the entire Xianming territory would be in a terrible situation. No one wanted to see such an outcome. Have Su Mubai, Lin Chaochuan, and the rest come out of seclusion? The palace master asked. He had temporarily put the matter of the Black Fiend to the back of his mind, because there was something more important. Sect Master, they have not come out of seclusion, an elder immediately replied. Take note. The palace master was extremely serious. Xianyuan Holy Tower. This was one of the holy lands in the profound origin world. It was an ancient tower that contained mysterious power. Not only was it useful to half-saints, it was also useful to saints. However, the Xianyuan Sacred Tower that was about to open this time was targeted at half-saints. Actually, the reason the Xianming Palace had opened the Xianming Small World to the public was to prepare for the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. When the time came, not only the mystic underworld realm but also other realms would compete for the Xianyuan Holy Tower slot. All in all, the elites of the 5 regions of the mystic origin world would participate. This was a competition between the elites of the entire mystic origin world. Just the elites of the mystic Nether Palace alone were not enough. They needed the participation of other elites in order to obtain greater glory. That was why the Dark Nether Palace had opened the Dark Nether Small World to the other prodigies on the Dark Nether roll. We'll meet at the Xianming Palace in a month's time. Chernzong was a little surprised. This was the news that he had just received. As for why they were gathering at the mystic Nether Palace? Why a month later? Chernzong didn't know because he didn't tell him. However, Chernzong had a feeling that it had something to do with the opening of the Xianming Small World. There's still a month's time. I'll try to improve my strength, Chernzong thought to himself. Regardless of the reason for the Xianming Palace gathering in a month's time, it was not a bad thing to become stronger. Flowing light flying shadow. In an instant, Chernzong's figure dissipated and turned into a flowing light. His speed was astonishing as he appeared in another place. This was a Saint-class inferior movement technique. It was mainly used for long-distance attack. In terms of changes, it was not as good as the Thousand Shadows, Thousand Illusions movement technique. However, in terms of speed, it was much faster. Chernzong had purchased this movement technique from the ancient Profound building. As for the Saint-class superior body tempering cultivation technique that Chernzong needed, there had been no news about it. After all, Saint-class superior cultivation techniques were the core cultivation techniques of many powerful forces. Generally, they would not be leaked to outsiders. If one wanted to obtain it, one would have to pay a huge price. Chernzong did not have such wealth at the moment. After a month of cultivation, Chernzong had cultivated the flowing light flying shadow to the entry level. His speed was even faster than the initial success of the Thousand Shadows, Thousand Illusions movement technique. In addition to obtaining the flowing light flying shadow and cultivating it to the entry level, Chernzong's qi refinement cultivation had also increased. In addition, the ultimate move that he wanted to create had basically taken shape. However, it was still a little rough and needed to be perfected continuously. In a month's time, I have to perfect my self-created ultimate move. Chernzong thought to himself and set a goal for himself. It's time for the Azura clone to consume a Xianming fruit. The other prodigies on the Netherworld ranking who received the news were also puzzled. However, they all knew that strength was very important. Moreover, they had more or less obtained opportunities in the Xianming small world. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying murderous intent erupted like an ancient volcano. It swept across the entire Xianming Institute in an instant like an exploding star. Fortunately, the Xianming Institute had activated its defensive power and blocked the impact of this terrifying murderous intent. However, when this murderous intent swept past Chernzong's body, Chernzong only felt his soul tremble. A trace of coldness invaded his body as if it was about to freeze. Countless distracting thoughts appeared, and he felt as if he was about to fall into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fortunately, Chernzong's soul was strong. He had ignited his soul fire and comprehended the half-step sword intent. It was difficult for external evil to invade him. Only then could he withstand the impact of this murderous intent. If it were any other half-step saint, their soul would have been shaken and their sea of consciousness would have been damaged. Mental injuries were more difficult to heal than physical injuries. Following that, a silver-gray ray shot out of the house with a wisp of blood light. It pierced through Chernzong's forehead and instantly pierced through Chernzong's forehead and disappeared. Chernzong stood motionless on the spot as if he had turned into a statue. After a quarter of an hour, he laughed out loud. That ray of light from before was Azura's clone. Half a month ago, Chernzong let Azura's clone consume a mysterious nether fruit. The mysterious nether fruit could allow one to enter the mysterious nether realm. Under this realm, no matter if it was cultivation or comprehension, it would have great effects. Chernzong let Azura's clone consume it first because he wanted to give it a try. During this half a month, although Azura's clone's cultivation didn't increase, he comprehended a Tao insight. Heavenly baleful Tao insight. The murderous intent that swept through the courtyard in all directions and made him feel as if he had fallen into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was the aura of the heavenly baleful Tao insight. Just the aura alone was like this. If it exploded with its full strength, it would be extremely terrifying. Azura's clone was condensed from pure and boundless murderous intent. Moreover, he cultivated the top-grade saint rank incineration Azura technique and incineration Azura sword technique. He had extremely high talent and attainments in the Tao of baleful Tao. Comprehending the Tao of baleful Tao was something inevitable. The only difference was the time. A mysterious nether fruit could shorten the time and greatly increase the time needed to comprehend. Of course, there might be other differences besides the time needed to comprehend with or without the help of the mysterious nether fruit. In the memories of the great Abyss King and Honorable Xia Luo, there was all sorts of information regarding Tao insight. Tao insights were divided into 4 levels and 9 transformations. Level 1 was the foundation, the lowest. Level 4 was the top, the highest. Level 1 was the lowest and level 9 was the highest. Level 4 referred to the quality of the Tao insight itself. Level 9 referred to the level of cultivation of the Tao insight. Just like cultivation techniques, there were low, middle, and high grades, and within cultivation techniques, there were different levels. There were many types of Tao insights, and they could be called all manifestations. Therefore, it was called all manifestations of Tao insights level 4 and level 9. To put it simply, all manifestations meant that there were many types of Tao insights, and each Tao insight was differentiated. For example, there were fire Tao insights, water Tao insights, wind Tao insights, and so on. There were also sword Tao insights, saber Tao insights, baleful Tao insights, and so on. These types of Tao insights were the most basic and basic Tao insight. Using the fire Tao insight as an example, it could be further divided into other Tao insights such as the golden flames Tao insight, Yin flames Tao insight, and so on. These Tao insights were the extension, expansion, and enhancement of the basic Tao insight. Generally speaking, the basic Tao insights were at level 1, but they could be improved as one continued to comprehend them. However, it was more difficult. After all, it was the foundation and belonged to the low level, so its potential was limited. In the memories of the 2 powerhouses, the basic Tao insights could only be improved to level 3, and it was very difficult to break through to level 4. Meanwhile, the intermediate Tao insights above the basic Tao insights had more powerful power and potential. For example, the golden flames Tao insight and the fire Tao insight were both at level 1, but in terms of power, the golden flames Tao insight was stronger. However, the basic Tao insights had their own advantages, and that was its plasticity. The basic Tao insights could be improved to intermediate Tao insight. The Tao insights that most Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses comprehended were usually the basic Tao insights, and they would slowly comprehend them to become intermediate Tao insights. Only a few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could directly comprehend intermediate Tao insight. The heavenly ferocious Tao insight that the Azura clone comprehended was a type of ferocious Tao insight. Also, when the half-step Heart Sword Tao insight that his main body comprehended was upgraded to Heart Sword Tao insight in the future, it would also be a type of Sword Tao insight that was higher than Sword Tao insight. As for whether the Heart Sword Tao insight was intermediate or advanced, Chern Zong had no idea. He would need to test it out, read more records to understand it, or truly comprehend it before he could be sure. As for the heavenly ferocious Tao insight, the moment he comprehended it, it was as if a vast heavenly voice entered his ears, telling him that it was a level 3 Tao insight, which was advanced Tao insight. In the great Abyss King's memories, there was very little information about Tao insights, while Honorable Xia Luo's memories had a lot of information about Tao insights, but they were relatively simple. For example, the so-called Destruction Tao insight and Slaughter Tao insight that were extremely famous since the ancient times were top-grade Tao insights, and this had been decided since the ancient times. Now, the heavenly ferocious Tao insight had just been comprehended, and it was level 1. As it continued to comprehend and cultivate in the future, it would gradually improve to level 2 and even level 3. Level 4 and level 9 Tao insights each had their own potential. For example, basic Tao insights had a limit of level 3. It was difficult to reach level 4, and level 5 was impossible. Intermediate Tao insights had a limit of level 6, with a slight possibility of reaching level 7. Advanced Tao insights could be upgraded to level 9. As for what was above level 9, Chern Zong didn't know. There were no records in the Great Abyss King's and Honorable Xia Luo's memories. However, for now, the records of all creation Dao insights and level 4-9 Dao insights were enough. Next, the Azura clone cultivated with all his might, increasing his cultivation and comprehending sword techniques and the heavenly ferocious Dao insight. After grasping level 1 heavenly ferocious Dao insight, the Azura clone's strength would at least double, or even more. Should I consume the mysterious underworld fruit as well? Chen Zong thought to himself. The mysterious underworld fruit was very effective. If he consumed it himself, he might be able to comprehend the half-step sword intent to 70%, 80%, or even higher. Chapter 1404. 800 kilometers south of Dark Nether City, there was a valley. The ground of the valley was dark red. It was not the color of blood, but the color of the high temperature. The air was filled with a pungent smell. It was the smell of sulfur, and there were also traces of heat. Ordinary people could not get close to this place at all. They would either die from poisoning or dehydration. Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to get close either. They would also die. Only those whose cultivation had reached the transcendent realm could get close to this place. This was the location of the Earth Fire Cave. And the Earth Fire Cave happened to be controlled by the Ancient Profound Society. The Ancient Profound Society's businesses covered the entire Dark Nether territory. Naturally, there were alchemists and artifact refiners inside. This Earth Fire Cave was one of the artifact refiners of the Ancient Profound Society. Young Master Chern, the Earth Fire Cave is up ahead. A deacon of the Ancient Profound Association led the way and pointed at a cave entrance that was flickering with red light. Blazing high temperature was constantly spreading out from the cave entrance, like the mouth of a fire beast that was opening, as if it wanted to burn everything. The deacon of the Ancient Profound Society did not know why Chern Zong had come here. After all, the Earth Fire Cave was the place where the artifact refiners of the Ancient Profound Society refined artifact. The temperature was extremely hot and filled with fire poison. Even those Saint Realm artifact refiners were not willing to stay for long. After staying in the Earth Fire Cave for a few months, they had to leave and recuperate for a month or two. After the effects of the fire poison disappeared, they could enter again. A half-saint could only stay in there for a few days at most. He did not understand at all what the other party wanted to do. However, the Ancient Profound Society also intended to befriend the other party. After all, he was a genius with extremely high potential. Therefore, he had to obey the order. On the contrary, after bringing the other party into the Earth Fire Cave, there was nothing for him to do. Chern Zong followed the deacon of the Ancient Profound Society into the Earth Fire Cave and immediately felt the temperature rising. The red light also became more and more dazzling, as if there was an extremely intense flame burning in front of him, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. However, this level of high temperature was nothing to him because he had the purple cloud black star flame to protect his body. Although the purple cloud black star flame did not have much of an effect on his current strength, it was still pretty good at resisting high temperatures. Chern Zong could also feel that the fire poison that permeated the earthly fire cavern was purified by the power of the purple cloud black star flame when it entered his body. It was unable to cause any harm to his body. In other words, Chern Zong could stay here for as long as he wanted. Young Master Chern, you must be careful not to enter the deepest part of the Earth Fire Cavern. The temperature of the Earth Fire Lake is extremely terrifying and dangerous. The deacon warned solemnly. Okay. Chern Zong nodded. Then I'll take my leave. I'll pick you up in a few days. After saying that, the deacon turned around and left. He had other things to do, so he couldn't stay here and accompany Chern Zong. Chern Zong looked around. This was a natural cavern, a cavern where the earth fire gathered. There were many cone-shaped stones inside, either protruding from the ground or hanging down from above. The red light was blazing, and it looked like the inside of an ancient fire beast's mouth. Its fangs were crisscrossed and boundless. The weapon refiner of the ancient mystic society naturally had his own place. Chen Zong would not disturb him, nor did he want to disturb him. After looking around, Chen Zong immediately strode toward the deepest part of the earth-fire cavern. His purpose of entering the earth-fire cavern was to enter the deepest part and borrow the power of the earth-fire to cultivate the three tribulations sharpening. The three tribulations sharpening. This secret technique was created by a great Saint Realm expert in the late stage of the sword cultivator. It was to sharpen the supreme sword intent. The three tribulations sharpening was divided into three tribulations. The cultivation condition was the half-step sword intent. If one had already grasped the sword Tao intent and then cultivated it, it would be a little slow. It would be effective, but it would not be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, the higher the level of the Tao intent, the worse the cultivation effect would be. Basically, it would be completely ineffective after the third revolution of the Tao intent. The half-step sword intent level was the most suitable level to cultivate the three tribulations sharpening. At the very least, one had to master the first tribulation. The remaining two tribulations could wait until the half-step sword intent broke through to the true sword intent before cultivating. It was also because the half-step sword intent could not withstand the tempering of the second tribulation, let alone the stronger third tribulation. Three tribulations sharpening. The three tribulations of this secret technique were the earth fire, sky wind, and void thunder. The earth fire was the easiest to find, followed by the sky wind, and the void thunder was the most difficult to find. As Chen Zong continued to go deeper, he could feel the temperature getting higher and higher. Gradually, even the power of the purple cloud black star flame felt difficult to resist. However, Chen Zong's physique was tyrannical, and he also had a high resistance to heat. Therefore, he could still withstand it. He went deeper and deeper. The red light was incomparably dazzling, shining in all directions. It was very dazzling, making it difficult for Chen Zong to look straight at it. It was as if his eyes were placed on fire to roast. Hot, hot, hot. The heat that invaded from the outside world seemed to be able to burn the earth and all living things, and seemed to be able to turn him into ashes. Bearing the heat, Chen Zong walked forward and saw a small lake. The small lake was only about 50 meters in radius. It was completely red and extremely dazzling, making it difficult for Chen Zong to open his eyes. The Earth Fire Lake. It was a lake formed by the accumulation of countless amounts of earth fire over countless years. The red liquid inside was not a real liquid. It was just that it had been condensed to an extremely high level, making it look like a viscous liquid. It was like magma. On the surface of the earth fire lake, there was a layer of faint, almost transparent flames burning. Chen Zong could feel the terrifying power of the layer of flames, which was almost invisible. It was even more terrifying than his purple cloud black star flame. As the mysterious ancient fire refining art was activated, the purple cloud black star flame immediately circulated through every part of his body in a mysterious way. It greatly resisted the terrifying heat of the earth fire lake, allowing Chen Zong to stay here for a longer period of time. Then, he began to practice the three calamities sharpening secret method. Fortunately, Chen Zong could multitask. Otherwise, he could only practice one of the mysterious ancient fire-refining art or the three calamities sharpening secret method. The half-step sword intent was a kind of invisible power, which was different from spiritual power and half-saint power. Chen Zong practiced the first of the three calamities sharpening secret method. Immediately, a trace of earth fire chi was attracted and quickly entered Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. That was where the half-step sword intent was located. At the same time, the half-step sword intent also condensed in the sea of consciousness. The earth fire chi was extremely pure and hot. As soon as it entered the sea of consciousness, Chen Zong felt that his sea of consciousness was being burned into ashes. It was extremely painful, but Chen Zong had to endure it. The earth-fire chi quickly spread and wrapped around the half-step sword intent. It kept burning. The pain became more and more intense and directly increased by several times. Chen Zong felt that he was going to faint, but he had to stay awake. Otherwise, not only would it not achieve the effect of refining, but it would also burn the half-step sword intent. By then, he would not be able to comprehend the sword Tao meaning. Even his soul would be seriously injured. This price was really amazing. But if he could practice the three calamities sharpening secret method, he could cast the supreme sword intent. The harvest would also be amazing. Chernzong was guessing whether the so-called supreme sword intent referred to the Tao meaning that surpassed the advanced level. If so, it would be really amazing. No matter what, a secret method created by a great Saint Realm expert at the late stage of sword cultivation was always extraordinary. The earth-fire chi was guided one by one and gradually floated into the sea of consciousness. It wrapped around the half-step sword intent and kept burning, as if it was calcining the sword embryo. The high temperature made Chen Zong suffer great pain. It was a pain that directly attacked his soul. He felt that his soul was being roasted on a raging fire. He endured it, controlled it, and kept refining it. This was called the fire calamity. Calamity! This was a calamity. If he survived it, he could be reborn. The half-step sword intent seemed to be melting under the burning of the earth-fire chi. Chernzong had to control it and keep condensing it. It was very difficult and exhausting. Without a strong enough spiritual will, it was impossible to support it. In other words, most cultivators could not practice a secret method like the three calamities sharpening secret method successfully. Gradually, Chernzong endured it and adapted to the high temperature. This was just the beginning. He absorbed more earth-fire chi into the sea of consciousness to refine the half-step sword intent. Under this kind of refining, the half-step sword intent seemed to become more solid. Refine, refine, refine. As more and more earth-fire chi entered the sea of consciousness, it kept condensing and gradually turned into a burning flame. The flame also kept absorbing the earth-fire chi from outside and became more and more powerful. The first of the three calamities sharpening secret methods, the earth-fire calamity, was to refine the half-step sword intent with the earth-fire. However, cultivators could not release the half-step sword intent and put it into the earth-fire for a long time. They could only do the opposite and let the earth-fire burn in their sea of consciousness. How to ignite the earth-fire in the sea of consciousness? The great Saint Realm sword practitioner suddenly had a strange idea. He absorbed the earth-fire chi one by one, starting from the tiniest one and accumulating it little by little so that his body could endure and adapt to it. In the end, when the earth-fire chi was enough, he could condense it into a ball of flame. After continuous absorption, it would become the real earth-fire. In this way, he could really refine the half-step sword intent with the earth-fire. It took Chernzong half a day to absorb enough earth-fire chi and form the earth-fire in his sea of consciousness. As soon as the earth-fire appeared, Chernzong felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be burned. Even his soul was trembling under the high temperature. It was extremely terrifying. If he was careless, his sea of consciousness would be destroyed by the horrible earth-fire and even his soul would be burned to ashes. Exquisite control. The three calamities sharpening secret method was extremely exquisite. As long as Chernzong kept operating it and Chernzong's spiritual will could support it, he could resist the burning of the earth-fire and continuously refine the half-step sword intent. It was like the process of forging an iron block into a sword embryo. Time passed slowly. An earth-fire kept burning in his sea of consciousness and calcined the half-step sword intent. With the burning of the earth-fire, the half-step sword intent gradually became more solid. This was the depth of the earth-fire cave. Most of the time, no one would come here, but occasionally there would be experts. At this moment, An old man in a fiery red robe flew over. When he saw Chunzong, he was shocked, because he felt the fluctuation of Chunzong's aura. High-level half-step saint. Since when did a high-level half-step saint come here to practice? Wasn't he courting death? The old man's fiery red hair was like a burning flame under the light of the earth fire lake. He stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Chapter 1405. The old man's aura was blazing and violent, like the magma in a volcano, reflecting the light of the earth fire lake. However, he could see that Chunzong was cultivating with the help of the earth fire chi, but he did not know what he was cultivating. He guessed that Chunzong was cultivating a cultivation technique. The old man was very surprised that a high-level half-saint dared to cultivate here. Chunzong also knew that someone had come, but he did not intend to disturb him, so he ignored them. In the beginning, the burning of the earth fire was very painful. Chunzong had to endure this pain. As he endured it, he gradually adapted. In the end, the pain seemed to have disappeared and was replaced by a numb feeling, as if he had become numb. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. The old man was more and more surprised, and his interest in Chunzong increased greatly. He was even a little tempted. "Half a day," the old man secretly said. "As long as he can hold on for half a day, this old man will accept him as a disciple." Even an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to hold on for long here. A high-level half-saint had held on for at least half a day. If he could hold on for another half a day, it would be absolutely amazing. Another half a day passed, and Chunzong still showed no signs of exhaustion. At this time, the numbness receded little by little and was replaced by comfort. The old man was more and more shocked and excited. Being able to stay in the depths of the earth fire cave for so long, Chunzong was undoubtedly an ideal successor. Another half a day passed, and Chunzong was shocked to the extreme. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and an extremely sharp light pierced through the sky like the edge of a sword, tearing through everything. This kind of sharpness caused the old man to be secretly shocked. Half-step sword intent. The old man looked dignified. This sharpness was the aura of half-step sword intent. Of course, he did not know what kind of half-step sword intent it was, but he felt that it was very mysterious. "Young man, what is your name?" the old man asked, interrupting Chunzong's thoughts. "Junior is Chunzong." Chunzong temporarily put aside his thoughts, looked at the old man, and answered in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. To be able to come here, one must be an expert of the ancient profound society, or be related to it. Chunzong. The old man seemed to be trying to recall. "You're the Chaos Sword Chunzong, an itinerant cultivator prodigy on the Netherworld leaderboard?" Hearing Chunzong's acknowledgement, the old man was overjoyed. A rogue cultivator. That meant that it would be easier to take him in as a disciple. "I am the earthly fire monarch. Are you willing to be my last disciple?" the old man asked directly. "Earth Fire King." Chunzong was slightly shocked. This person was actually a king-ranked formidable martial artist. He had personally seen a king-ranked formidable martial artist. One had to know that neither Wine Supremacy nor Saber Supremacy were king-ranked martial artists. King-ranked formidable martial artists might not be stronger than Wine Supremacy at this stage, but their potential was definitely above Wine Supremacy's. A king-ranked formidable martial artist actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. Chunzong was a little surprised, but he didn't feel excited. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have a master," Chunzong said, indirectly rejecting him. After being rejected by Chunzong, the Earth Fire Monarch was not angry. He only felt that it was a pity. He had high hopes for Chunzong. However, since he had been rejected as a king-ranked formidable martial artist, he naturally wouldn't make any more requests. This concerned the dignity of a formidable martial artist. After all, in most cases, the other party should be the one asking to be his disciple, not the other way around. Senior, I will take my leave. Chen Zong bowed to the Earth-Fire Monarch and left. After seeing Chen Zong leave, the Earth-Fire Monarch retracted his gaze. In a flash, he appeared above the Earth-Fire Lake. Large amounts of Earth-Fire aura quickly gathered from all directions and entered the Earth-Fire Monarch's body to be absorbed and refined. If Chen Zong saw this scene, he would definitely be very shocked. After all, when he absorbed the Earth-Fire aura, he absorbed wisps of it at first. He didn't absorb it like a whale swallowing it. It was very scary. However, since the Earth-Fire Monarch was a king-rank title, he must be very capable. There was nothing strange about that. Chen Zong's footsteps were quick and light. Chen Zong was in a very good mood. The first tribulation of the 3 tribulations, sharpening, had been completed. His half-step sword intent had been successfully refined by the Earth-Fire. He had built a solid foundation for his future breakthrough to the supreme sword intent. He had also taken the first step. What's more, Chen Zong had a feeling that his half-step sword intent could break through again in a short time and reach 70%. As long as he returned to the Xianming district's Xianming courtyard in Xianming City, he would immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. Under the escort of the formidable martial artists from the ancient mystic society, Chen Zong didn't encounter any danger. He arrived safely at Xianming City and immediately went into seclusion. All sorts of realizations appeared in his mind. However, Chen Zong sorted them out and grasped them. From then on, his half-step sword intent had a breakthrough. 70%. The 70% half-step sword intent's power was getting stronger and scarier. Chen Zong didn't draw his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword and activated his 70% half-step sword intent. His sword finger pierced through the air and directly pierced through the space in front of him, leaving behind a faint red color that emitted heat. Chen Zong was slightly taken aback. His half-step sword intent seemed to have a trace of Earthfire's aura, causing it to possess a trace of Earthfire's power. Of course, it was very subtle and didn't increase the power of his half-step sword intent. However, Chen Zong thought about it. It seemed to be useful for the power of fire. Perhaps it could be used to help him comprehend the half-step fire Dao intent of the power of fire. He might even be able to comprehend the Earth-Fire Dao intent, which was at least an intermediate Dao intent. When he thought of this, Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. He felt that he was being too optimistic. One had to know that most Saint Rudiment stage cultivators could only comprehend and master the elementary Dao intent. They would slowly advance to the intermediate Dao intent later on. There weren't many people who could comprehend and master the intermediate Dao intent in an instant. The Heart Sword Dao intent that his true body had mastered and the Heavenly Ferocious Dao intent that his Azura clone had mastered were at least intermediate Dao intents. He wanted to master another intermediate Dao intent. His idea was quite optimistic. Of course, if he had the chance, Chen Zong would be more than happy to master another intermediate Dao intent. After all, regardless of potential or power, intermediate Dao intents far surpassed elementary Dao intent. If the half-step sword intent after the first tribulation, the Earth-Fire tribulation, contains the aura of Earth-Fire and helps me comprehend the Fire Dao intent, then will the second tribulation, the Heavenly Wind tribulation, contain the aura of Heavenly Wind and help me comprehend the Wind Dao intent? Will the third tribulation, the Void Lightning tribulation, be the same and help me comprehend the Lightning Dao intent? Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. It was common knowledge that the more extraordinary secret energies one mastered, the more powerful the power after fusion would be. At the same time, it also meant that the cultivator's potential would be even more shocking. However, it was very difficult. Every time one mastered an extraordinary secret force, the difficulty would increase exponentially. It was very difficult to fuse them together. As the advancement and transformation of extraordinary secret forces, Tao intents were even more obvious. Who didn't know the benefits of mastering multiple Tao intents? Once multiple Tao intents were fused together, even if it was just an ordinary move, its power would be peerless. However, mastering one Tao intent was not easy, let alone mastering multiple Tao intent. A cultivator's time and energy were limited. Every day, every month, every year, there would be no improvement at all unless one could enter a place where the flow of time was different. However, that kind of great opportunity was very rare. Most cultivators would not be able to encounter it in their lifetime. One had to admit that Chernzong was very ambitious. In fact, Chernzong was also tempted. He was thinking about whether he should comprehend the wind force. With his current soul strength, it would not be difficult for him to comprehend and master another extraordinary secret force. Forget it, I'll think about it when I have the chance. After thinking for a while, Chernzong rationally dismissed this idea. After all, it would take some time and energy to comprehend the wind force. Even if he comprehended it, it would not improve his strength. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Everything else was secondary. Of course, if there was a suitable opportunity, Chernzong would not let it go. He continued to cultivate. As for the three calamities sharpening secret technique, he did not have to bother about it for now. The last two calamities would have to wait until he broke through to the Saint Rudiment realm before he could cultivate them. In addition, he had to find heavenly wind and void thunder. They were more than 10 times rarer than earth fire. Time passed quickly. Finally, it was time to gather at the mystic Nether Palace. This time, they set off as a group. They were escorted by the mystic Nether City and the mystic Nether Palace to avoid being attacked by the Black Fiend and other dark forces. There were dozens of Saint Rudiment realm martial artists. The weakest one was at the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment realm. Some of them were at the late Saint Rudiment realm. They were very powerful. The leader was a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment realm king-ranked martial artist from the mystic Nether Palace. At the same time, he was also a martial artist ranked high on the mystic ranking. Under the escort of a group of martial artists, the mystic Nether ranking prodigies did not encounter any attack. The Black Fiend organization also knew that it would not be easy. They would only suffer heavy losses. In comparison, it was not worth it. Therefore, they gave up on the mission. The mystic Nether Palace was located at the center of the mystic Nether territory. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi there was the thickest and purest. It was an excellent place for cultivation. The mountain ranges rose and fell like giant dragons. The terrain was steep and strange. It gave off a majestic feeling. Under the escort of the mystic Nether Palace's martial artists, the group stepped into the mystic Nether Palace. The black palaces exuded a chill. Those who had never seen them before were amazed. A giant black statue that was 100 meters tall stood there. It was lifelike, as if it was holding up the sky of the mystic Nether Palace. Its entire body exuded a majestic and ancient aura. The mystic Nether Patriarch. This was the statue of the martial artist who had founded the mystic Nether Palace. It was the symbol of the mystic Nether Palace. As for whether the mystic Nether Patriarch was still alive, no one knew. After all, he had not appeared for many years. There had been no news of him. Even the people of the mystic Nether Palace could not be sure, let alone outsiders. The mystic Nether ranking prodigies gathered in a spacious square in the mystic Nether Palace. There were a total of 102 of them. 6 of them belonged to the mystic Nether Palace. Although 18 of them had died in the mystic Nether small world previously, the mystic Nether ranking had a total of 108 spots. There would not be any vacancies because of the deaths of the 18 prodigies. There would always be other geniuses to fill in the vacancies. After all, there were many geniuses in the mystic Nether territory. Previously, the vacancies had been filled, and they had no chance. Now that there were 18 vacancies, they naturally had to compete to fill in the vacancies. Of course, the 18 people who filled in later were not as strong as the previous 18. Chapter 1406. 102 Sky Prides had gathered in the Xianming Palace. Their auras spread in all directions like water, wind, and fire. An ancient black ship appeared from the deepest part of the Xianming Palace. It sailed slowly in the air, and an overwhelming cold aura filled the air. Everyone lifted their heads to look. Surrounding the black ship were layers of black shadows. The shadows solidified and surged over like a black tide. They could vaguely hear the rustling of oars. The giant black ship looked like an ancient giant tortoise. There were 18 oars around it, as if it had many legs, rowing in the void in an orderly manner. The Xianming ship. This was the most powerful flying spiritual weapon in the Xianming Palace. The Xianming ship stopped in the air above the crowd. It seemed to cover the sky, and the shocking aura made it difficult for the crowd below to breathe. Immediately after, a circular opening appeared at the bottom of the Xianming ship. Under the command of the Xianming Palace cultivators, the 102 supreme talents leaped into the air like arrows released from a bow. They quickly swept across the sky like swallows returning to their nest and entered the Xianming ship one after another. They rose all the way up and finally appeared on the deck of the Xianming ship. There were a total of 108 Sky Prides. The 6 Sky Prides from the Xianming Palace were already on the ship. In an instant, Chen Zong's gaze was drawn over. It was as if there was some kind of invisible force, and his gaze fell directly on one of the figures. He was dressed in white and looked like he was floating. He stood quietly at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. They could not see his face, but his white clothes and aura gave off a pale and ethereal feeling. It was as though he did not exist in this world. There was no need to think too much. A name jumped out and rang in Chen Zong's mind. Su Mubai, the top genius of the Xianming Palace, the top Sky Pride of the Xianming Palace. He had been in the top spot for many years and had been challenged many times. However, no one could shake his position. He was like the blazing sun in the sky, high and mighty, shining with boundless radiance. No one could compare to him. Even the top Sky Pride of the Xianming Palace was no match for him. Apart from Su Mubai, Chen Zong had never seen the other 5 Sky Prides of the Xianming ranking. Surprisingly, Su Mulong was also among them. When Su Mulong saw Chen Zong, a cold sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He quickly turned around and spoke to Su Mubai through voice transmission. In an instant, the pale figure turned around. As he turned around, he seemed to carry a heavy shadow, as if he had traversed through time and space to appear before everyone. His eyes emitted an incomparably sharp and cold light that penetrated through the void and swept across. In that instant, no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if they had suddenly seen the incomparably intense sunlight. Then, his gaze landed on Chen Zong and met Chen Zong's eyes. Chen Zong only felt that the other party's gaze was not only blazing but also contained an indescribable emptiness, as if it could see through all illusions and see through all his secrets. The pressure brought to him by this gaze was even stronger than that of many ordinary Saint Realm masters. On the other hand, Su Mubai was only a high-level half-saint. Chen Zong could not help but feel surprised that a high-level half-saint's gaze could bring such pressure to him. However, this pressure was not enough to oppress Chen Zong. Look at each other. There was no fear. Chen Zong suddenly realized that the blazing light was just a facade. When he looked through the facade, he saw a pitch-black color. The pitch-black color seemed to be contained in the void, but it also filled the world. It covered everything, and swallowed everything. Black. Pure black. Pitch black. You took the Xianming fruit. Hand it over, Su Mubai said softly. His voice was soft, as if he was sighing, as if he was muttering to himself. There was an indescribable toughness in his voice, as if there was no room for doubt or refusal. It was as if his words were law, as if he was an emperor. Once he said it, everyone would have to obey. This was an aura that had been accumulated over a long period of time. It was an aura cultivated from a high position. It was an aura that came from having incomparable confidence in one's talent and strength. Under this aura, everyone had to obey. It was precisely because of this aura that Su Mubai was extraordinary. The two of them depended on each other. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Chen Zong. Some were stunned, some sneered, and some were puzzled. They were stunned because Chen Zong actually had a relationship with Su Mubai and seemed to have taken some mysterious underworld fruit. Was it something that belonged to Su Mubai? Or was it something that Su Mubai had taken a fancy to? They sneered at Chen Zong for daring to take something that belonged to Su Mubai. No matter what Su Mubai had taken a fancy to, it belonged to Su Mubai under certain circumstances. Chen Zong was just a loose cultivator with some talent. He was ranked on the underworld ranking and was known as a prodigy. However, the gap between him and Su Mubai was indescribable. Su Mulong's face was filled with pride and mockery. Back in the mysterious underworld small world, Su Mulong had not given him the mysterious underworld fruit. Now, his cousin had personally asked for it. He was about to lose face. Xing Yuan's face also showed a touch of pleasure. I ate it, Chen Zong replied in an incomparably relaxed manner. Su Mubai did give him a lot of pressure, but that was all. Just by looking at him, Chen Zong could not be moved at all. Of course, Chen Zong also knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Su Mubai. Perhaps, his strength was not enough to enter the top 10 of the underworld ranking. But so what? If he used all his means and did not hesitate to expose his Azura clone, what was there to be afraid of? If Chen Zong wanted to fight, then so be it. He could use this opportunity to test the power of the ultimate secret sword that he had created. Upon hearing Chen Zong's reply, everyone, regardless of whether they were puzzled, sneered, or mocked, had the same expression. Astonishment. Chen Zong actually dared to reply to Su Mubai in such a manner. Su Mubai was also slightly stunned. This reply made his mind stiffen. He did not know how to respond. Ate it? Ate it. It was a simple answer. If he ate it, then it would be gone. Even if he killed Chen Zong, he would not be able to retrieve the mysterious underworld fruit. You're very courageous. Su Mubai smiled gently. Then, the pitch-black gaze disappeared. Unknowingly, Su Mubai had turned his back to the crowd. It was as though everything that had happened earlier was just an illusion. From the beginning to the end, Su Mubai had never turned around. Chen Zong could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Su Mubai was unfathomable. It was as though he was shrouded in mist. He was extremely mysterious and terrifying. This was an extremely terrifying opponent. However, Chen Zong did not feel fearful. Instead, he was filled with excitement. It flowed through his heart and was about to burst out. How dare you offend my cousin? You're dead meat. Su Mulong's voice rang in Chen Zong's ears. It was filled with ruthlessness and mockery. The other sky prides of the mysterious underworld palace, including Lin Chaochuan, stared coldly at Chen Zong. It was as though they wanted to pierce through Chen Zong's body. However, Chen Zong was not bothered by it. Was it useful to be bothered? It was useless. The mysterious underworld fruit was extremely precious, and its effects were tyrannical. It allowed the Azura clone to comprehend and master the heavenly ferocious Tao will. There was only one fruit left. Naturally, Chen Zong wanted to keep it and make good use of it. When the time came, it would be sufficient to strengthen his strength. Therefore, he would never hand it over. Saying that he had eaten it was naturally an excuse. As for whether Su Mubai believed him or not, it did not matter. On the mysterious underworld ship, other than the 108 sky prides of the underworld ranking, there were naturally other people. The elders of the mysterious underworld palace and the elders of the other major forces were escorting them. This time, they were heading towards the center of the mysterious origin world. It was a matter of great importance. They had to prevent being killed by the experts of the dark organizations along the way. Naturally, the experts on the ship were aware of what had happened on the deck. This rogue cultivator is very bold. An elder of a major force chuckled softly. Indeed, he is bold. However, he is just ignorant. An elder of the mysterious underworld palace sneered. Who was Su Mubai? He was the strongest disciple of the mysterious underworld palace, the #1 genius in 1,000 years. His talent was shocking and his strength was tyrannical. He was just a rogue cultivator skypride who could not even enter the top 10 of the underworld ranking. If he dared to do such a thing, it could only be said that he was blind and ignorant. In comparison, these experts were more optimistic about Su Mubai than Chen Zong. In their opinion, 10 Chen Zong or even 20 or 30 Chen Zongs could not compare to one Su Mubai. Each of the 108 skyprides had a room to rest and cultivate. After all, it would take a few days to depart from the mysterious underworld palace to the mysterious origin world. Brother Chen, you were too reckless today. Jing Tuo, who was sitting not far away from Chen Zong, said in a serious tone. Nan Wukong, who was sitting on the other side, did not speak. In the beginning, they had been disdainful. Later on, they admired him. Now, they had become Chen Zong's friends. Even though Chen Zong had offended Su Mubai, they did not disassociate themselves from the matter. Su Mubai is ranked first on the underworld ranking. He shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Chen Zong smiled faintly. Of course, this was just a casual remark from Chen Zong. Even if he was not afraid of Su Mubai and longed to fight him, he could not say it in front of Jing Tuo and Nan Wukong. It was not that Chen Zong did not treat them as his friends. It was because he treated them as his friends that he could not say it. Otherwise, he might implicate them. You. Jing Tuo was speechless. This gigantic ship belongs to the mysterious underworld palace, right? Brother Zheng, do you know anything about it? Chen Zong changed the topic. The mysterious underworld gigantic ship is a strategic treasure of the mysterious underworld palace. Zheng To knew that Chen Zong was changing the topic, but he still said, Rumor has it that the hull of the mysterious underworld gigantic ship is extremely hard. It can withstand the attack of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage cultivator without breaking. If the protective shield is activated, it can withstand the attack of a half-step Great Saint powerhouse. Chen Zong was shocked. A half-step Great Saint? What kind of powerhouse was that? How terrifying was his strength? The mysterious underworld gigantic ship doesn't only have defensive capabilities. Nan Wukong, who had been sitting quietly, smiled. It's said that the mysterious underworld cannon on the mysterious underworld gigantic ship can kill a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, and the mysterious underworld gigantic cannon can severely injure a half-step Great Saint. Chapter 1407. The Xianyuan realm was one of the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region. It was vast and had countless resources and experts. The Xianyuan realm was divided into 5 regions. Each region was very powerful, and the Xianyuan dynasty ruled the 5 regions. The Xianyuan dynasty was located at the center of the Xianyuan realm. The 5 regions surrounded it like stars protecting the Xianyuan dynasty. On the Xianyuan Ming vessel, Chen Zong learned a lot of information. The more he read, the more shocked he was. The higher one's level was, the further one could see. The vast world would be displayed in front of one's eyes. The more one knew, the more one would realize one's lack and poverty. It was not only poverty in wealth, but also poverty in knowledge. Before entering the Tianyuan sacred region, Chen Zong did not know what the Tianyuan sacred region was like. After entering, he began to understand, but it was only limited to the Xianyuan realm. Now, he really began to see the outside of the Xianyuan realm. The Xianyuan realm. The complete Xianyuan realm was made up of the Xianyuan dynasty and the 5 regions. The Xianyuan dynasty was the leader and ruler. Its position was higher than the Xianyuan palaces in the Xianyuan realm. The Xianyuan dynasty was extremely ancient and powerful. According to Chernzong's understanding, the foundation and strength of the Xianyuan dynasty alone was enough to surpass the 5 regions combined. It was scary just thinking about it. Chernzong originally thought that the Xianyuan realm was very powerful, enough to surpass the 4 upper regions. However, it was like a child in front of the Xianyuan realm. At the same time, a sense of excitement emerged from the deepest part of his heart. How powerful would the Xianyuan dynasty be? How many geniuses were there? Immediately, Chernzong thought of something. The dark organization Heisha existed in the Xianyuan realm. Then, would the dark organization exist in the Xianyuan dynasty as well? Where there was light, there would be shadow. Where there was shadow, there would be darkness. This was an inevitable law. How powerful would the dark organization be if it could survive and grow in the powerful Xianyuan dynasty? Powerful. Experts. Chernzong yearned for it, felt excited, and felt his blood boil. A true genius would never be afraid of any challenge. No matter how difficult it was, as long as it was not meaningless, they would dare to go against the current and break through all obstacles. I've heard that the geniuses of the Xianyuan dynasty are terrifying, Jing Tuo said. In the past few days, other than maintaining his peak condition, he had been looking for Chernzong to communicate with Chernzong and share some of the information he knew. How scary? Chernzong was curious. I don't know. After all, I've never been to the Xianyuan dynasty. Jing Ta shrugged before he said with a smile, but I heard that Su Mubai had once gone to the Xianyuan dynasty to gain tempering. I wonder how the results were? Su Mubai, Chernzong repeated. His eyes flashed as he pondered. The flying speed of the mysterious underworld ship was very fast, as if it was traversing the void. It was much faster than most peak Saint rudiment stage cultivators, reaching the speed of a half-step Great Saint. However, at this speed, it would still take several days to cross the void and arrive at the Xianyuan dynasty. If it was a peak Saint realm master, it would probably take at least 10 days or even more. The distance was really far. After all, a peak Saint rudiment stage cultivator was considered a super powerhouse in the Tianyuan sacred region and the Lingwu sacred world. There were not many half-step Great Saints, and even fewer Great Saint stage powerhouses. I've heard that there's a Great Saint stage powerhouse in the Xianyuan dynasty, Jing Ta whispered, as if he was worried about being overheard. A Great Saint stage powerhouse. Chernzong was slightly shocked. That was the most powerful existence that he knew of. Perhaps it was the most powerful existence in the Lingwu sacred world, the supreme existence. Great Saint stage. The Xianyuan dynasty had a Great Saint stage powerhouse. No wonder they dared to say that the combined strength of the 5 major regions could not compare to the Xianyuan dynasty. After all, there were very few half-step Great Saints in the 5 major regions. There was no Great Saint stage powerhouse at all. How could they compare? Time flew by. Chernzong spent most of his time cultivating. He maintained his cultivation method. After all, it was difficult to raise his cultivation base in a short period of time. However, he could continue to comprehend his sword technique. He comprehended his own unique skill and other aspects, such as the blood-drop swordsmanship and body movement skill. As long as there was a breakthrough in one of them, it would lead to the improvement of his strength. The best breakthrough was naturally the half-step sword intent. If the half-step sword intent could continue to break through and improve, his strength would obviously improve. According to the law of cultivation, the gap between an incomplete and complete sword intent was often huge. 90% was incomplete, and 100% was complete. Therefore, the improvement of power from 90% to 100% was definitely better than the improvement of power from 80 to 90%. Chernzong was very much looking forward to it. However, the improvement from 90 to 100% was more difficult than the improvement from 80 to 90%. Moreover, he had only comprehended 70%, not 80%. In fact, if it were not for the 3 tribulations of earth fire tribulation, Chernzong was not very sure how long it would take for him to improve his half-step sword intent to 70%. It might take 1 or 2 months, 3 or 4 months, or even half a year. He still had a lot of room and potential for improvement. Perhaps he was not as good as Su Mubai now, but Chernzong was confident that he could catch up or even surpass Su Mubai. Was that not the case for those genius powerhouses in the past? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed by. During these few days, Chernzong gradually understood the purpose of the Dark Nether Palace's gathering of the Dark Nether leaderboard prodigies to the Dark Nether dynasty. The Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. The Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was a grand event held by the Dark Nether dynasty that was open to the entire Dark Nether world. Anyone below the Saint Rudiment stage was qualified to participate. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, without sufficient talent and strength, one was not qualified to participate at all. Even if one participated, it would only be a waste of time and energy. After all, every time the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was held, it would consume a lot of resources, including manpower and material resources. Therefore, the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was held once every 100 years. Every time the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was held, it would gather everyone in the Dark Nether world and allow the 5 major regions to bring their most outstanding prodigies to participate. Survival of the fittest. After understanding this situation, Chernzong finally understood why the Dark Nether Palace had opened up the Dark Nether Small World to allow non-members of the Dark Nether Palace to enter and search for opportunities. It was to increase the overall strength of the Dark Nether leaderboard prodigies so that they could participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly better. Although he did not know much, Chernzong guessed that if the various regions' prodigies could achieve outstanding results in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly, they might be rewarded by the Dark Nether dynasty. Even if that was not the case, there must be some benefit. Otherwise, the Dark Nether Palace would not do this. However, Chernzong did not think too much about it. It had nothing to do with him. Since he could participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly, he had to show his ability and try his best to fight for it. It was said that the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was related to the legendary Dark Nether Sacred Tower. The Dark Nether Sacred Tower was a treasure for cultivation and enlightenment. All in all, the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly was an opportunity worth fighting for Chernzong and any other prodigy. On the 5th day, the Dark Nether ship flew into the territory of the Dark Nether dynasty. Standing on the deck, Chernzong looked down at the lofty mountains and rivers below. It was exceptionally beautiful and vast. It was as if the sky was high and the earth was boundless. His mind seemed to have expanded as some of his distracting thoughts dissipated. "We're finally here." Jingtuo stood at the side with his hands behind his back as he stared down. He was also very emotional and shocked. The scenery in the Dark Nether dynasty was completely different from the Dark Nether territory. The mountains were mountains, the trees were trees, and the water was water. They all seemed to be the same. However, the aura that pervaded the heavens and earth was completely different. Precipitation. This was the precipitation that had been accumulated over a long period of time. It was the precipitation left behind by the aura of countless experts. It was so powerful and outstanding. After entering the territory of the Dark Nether dynasty, the flying speed of the Dark Nether ship gradually decreased. A group of experts also appeared on the deck and gathered the 108 prodigies. Listen up. This is already the territory of the Dark Nether dynasty. An elder of the Dark Nether Palace looked down at the crowd with his hands behind his back. His voice was deep and vigorous. Your purpose here is to participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Now, let me explain the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly to you. The Dark Nether Sacred Assembly is a grand event that is held once every 100 years in the Dark Nether dynasty. It is also known as the Centennial Sacred Assembly. All the participants are true prodigies. The elder's voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone listened carefully. This was an opportunity to understand the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. For generations, the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly has been divided into two parts: the qualifying round and the final round. The qualifying round is the competition to obtain the qualifications. The qualifying round is divided into 3 levels, or 3 stages and 3 steps. The Dark Nether dynasty has 1 capital, 3 paths, 9 states, and 27 prefectures. One of the capitals is the capital. Therefore, the qualifying round of the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly starts from the lowest prefecture competition to the middle prefecture competition, and finally the path competition. Only by obtaining a place in the path competition can one participate in the true Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Chen Zong and the others were stunned. They had thought that they would directly participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. They had not expected it to be so complicated. Originally, the 5 major regions did not have the qualifications to participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. We only obtained this qualification after the experts of the various regions fought for it. However, if the 5 major regions want to participate in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly, there is no shortcut. We have to start from the prefecture competition and fight our way up level by level with our own strength. If we win, we advance. If we lose, we are eliminated. This time, we are going to the Mountain Flow Prefecture, one of the 27 prefectures. We will compete with the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture to obtain a place in the state competition. As for how many places there are, we do not know yet. Do you have any questions? The elder's introduction gave everyone a more intuitive understanding of the Dark Nether dynasty and the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Elder, how many people from the Dark Nether territory passed the qualifying round and participated in the Dark Nether Sacred Assembly last time? Lin Chaochuan asked loudly. Last time. The elder seemed to be reminiscing, but his face did not look good. Last time, only one person from the Dark Nether territory was qualified to participate in the true Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. However, the highest-ranking person did not make it into the top 10. There were 108 participants in the last Dark Nether Sacred Assembly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The last Dark Nether ranking was 100 years ago. At that time, the prodigies on the Dark Nether ranking might not be as good as now, but the difference was not too great. Under such circumstances, only one person had passed the qualifying round and did not even make it into the top 10. The prodigies of the Dark Nether dynasty were too shocking. Chapter 1408. The Mountain Flow Prefecture was one of the 27 prefectures in the Xianyuan dynasty. There were also prefectures in the mysterious underworld territory. However, there were 32 prefectures in the mysterious underworld territory, which was much more than the Xianyuan dynasty. Of course, quantity was quantity, while quality was quality. The two were different. The cultivation aura in the Mountain Flow Prefecture was much denser. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was even denser than in the mysterious underworld territory. The denser the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the more beneficial it was for cultivation and the easier it was for geniuses to appear. Shallow water could not raise a real dragon. This was not a lie, but the truth. Of course, there might be some exceptions. Some geniuses came from remote villages, but that was only an exception. Moreover, even if they came from remote villages, if they wanted to achieve great achievements and compete with other geniuses, they would have to enter the great world. Otherwise, they would not have enough resources or inheritances, and their talent would be wasted for nothing. The mysterious underworld territory had already reported to the Xianyuan dynasty when they would bring their people to participate in the qualifiers. As for which prefecture would participate in the qualifiers, it was decided by drawing lot. Each of the 5 major prefectures would enter one of the 27 prefectures to participate in the qualifiers. The 27 prefectures would then draw lots to decide. If they were unlucky, they would draw lots and let the geniuses from one of the 5 major prefectures participate. The Mountain Flow Prefecture had drawn the mysterious underworld territory. The mysterious underworld garden. This was a manor built by the Mountain Flow Prefecture for the geniuses and experts of the mysterious underworld territory to live in. When the people from the Mountain Flow Prefecture led them to the mysterious underworld garden, they were all stunned. It did not look big and was rather simple. However, they did not pay much attention to it. As they stepped into the Xianming garden, their expressions changed drastically. That place wasn't simple at all, it could be said to be crude. It was named the Mysterious Underworld Garden, which sounded nice. However, not only was it simple on the outside, but the buildings inside were also crude. It gave them the feeling that they had come to a slum. Thatched huts. They were all thatched huts. Moreover, they were simple thatched huts that were casually built. I'm sorry for the lack of time. However, it should be acceptable to all of you. After all, you came from a small place. The expert from the Mountain Flow Prefecture said with a smile. He did not look apologetic at all. It was as if it was a matter of course. He was obviously doing it on purpose. Thank you. The leading elder of the mysterious Nether Palace replied indifferently. He waved his sleeves and turned around, ignoring the other party. The group of experts from the mysterious underworld territory suppressed the anger in their hearts and coldly snorted. This was not a good place to fight. If they were in another place, such as the mysterious underworld territory, they would have already taught the other party a lesson. What do you mean by time is tight? 3 months had passed since news of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly had spread. Building a huge manor in 3 months was naturally very difficult in the world of ordinary people. In fact, it was almost impossible. However, this was the world of cultivators. With the ability of cultivators, as long as they had the heart, they could build a huge and luxurious manor in less than a month, let alone 3 months. Yet, the other party said that time was short. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. He even said that it was acceptable to all of them. He was obviously looking down on them and the people from the mysterious underworld territory. In particular, the last sentence, "You came from a small place," was even more provocative. Even Chernzong was annoyed. Everyone, please have a good rest. You still have to participate in the qualifying round. Don't be disqualified because of a lack of rest, the other party said with a smile that hid a dagger. He then turned around and left. Of course, he knew that the other party was annoyed and furious, but so what? This was the Mountain Flow Prefecture. There were countless experts here. As long as the other party dared to make a move, the consequences would be very serious. At the very least, they would be taught a lesson and lose face. At the very least, they would be disqualified from participating in the qualifying round. They've gone too far. A Mastery Saint Rudiment stage expert said angrily as a terrifying aura spread out. They're simply looking down on us. Damn it. They were all experts who came from great forces and had a high status. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They were so angry that they wanted to soar into the sky and destroy everything. That's enough. The great elder of the mysterious underworld palace spoke. His voice was deep and forceful like thunder that resounded in everyone's hearts. The great elder of the mysterious underworld palace was the strongest expert in this trip. He was also a super expert who ranked in the top 10 of the profound ranking. Among the crowd, he was extremely prestigious. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. They're doing this to target us. They're deliberately angering us and even deliberately affecting the sky prides of the mysterious underworld territory so that they won't be able to participate in the prefecture competition in their best condition, the great elder of the mysterious underworld palace said in a low voice. Everyone thought about it and agreed. The purpose of the Mountain Flow Prefecture was to anger them and affect the sky prides of the mysterious underworld territory so that they wouldn't be able to participate in the prefecture competition in their best condition. If they were really affected, it might be difficult for them to pass the prefecture competition. After all, the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly was originally a grand event and competition within the Xianyuan dynasty. However, it was now being participated by people from the 5 major territories. If some of the spots were taken away, no one would feel comfortable. However, the Mountain Flow Prefecture's actions were a little too petty. It made people angry, but after they understood the situation, they found it laughable. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Another elder from the mysterious Nether Palace said, since the people from the Mountain Flow Mansion have resorted to this, it shows that they aren't confident in themselves. If they were, they wouldn't have resorted to such despicable methods. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up again. Indeed, such a situation did exist. It was because they weren't confident in their own strength that they had to resort to such despicable means to attack their opponents and improve themselves. If they were confident in themselves, they wouldn't resort to such means unless they were naturally despicable. In the huge Mountain Flow Prefecture, there were definitely despicable people, but there were also others. Therefore, after analysis, it should be the former who lacked confidence. In this way, it meant that the sky prides of the mysterious underworld territory had a greater chance of winning a spot and entering the prefecture competition. You've all heard what he said, so you should know what's going on. However, no matter what, the Mountain Flow Prefecture is one of the territories of the Xianyuan dynasty. The cultivation environment is excellent, and the inheritance is complete. There are many geniuses and sky prides. Whether they're confident or not is their problem. Remember, adjust your condition well and participate in the prefectural tournament in your best condition. Do your best to win a spot and let the people of Mountain Flow Prefecture know that playing these dirty tricks is useless. It will not bring them any benefits. On the contrary, it will only make them taste the consequences. The deep voice of the Grand Elder of the mysterious underworld palace rang in everyone's ears. It was like rolling thunder, encouraging everyone and injecting new energy into the depths of their hearts. Uplifted, high fighting spirit. Despicable means? So what? They just had to use their most powerful strength to defeat them and let them know that everything depended on strength. The thatched huts were very simple and crude. Moreover, there weren't many of them, so it was impossible for everyone to have one. However, in order for the 108 sky prides from the mysterious underworld territory to participate in the competition in their best condition, the group of experts from the mysterious underworld territory had to sacrifice themselves. They didn't enter the thatched huts, but stood guard outside. Even so, it was impossible for each person to have a thatched hut. Basically, the top 10 sky prides on the underworld ranking could each have a thatched hut. The sky prides after that could only share a thatched hut with 2 or 3 people. The thatched huts weren't big. 2 huts were enough, but 3 huts would be a little cramped. Chen Zong, Zheng Tuo, and Nan Wukong were considered friends, so the 3 of them shared a thatched hut. Fortunately, the 3 of them didn't come from high backgrounds and had suffered hardships before. Although the environment wasn't good, it wasn't too bad either. They had all experienced worse environments. In the remaining time, they naturally had to do their best to recuperate and adjust their condition. They had to eliminate all external influences and adjust their condition to their best condition. They had to maintain it until the prefecture competition began. They had to win. He had to fight for as many spots as possible so that he could strike back at the people of Mountain Flow Manor. He had to let them know the consequences of using such despicable tricks. The Mountain Flow Prefecture was vast. Although it couldn't be compared to the territory of Mystic Underworld, it was still 1/3 the size of the territory of Mystic Underworld. There were also many experts in the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Although it wasn't as many as the entire territory of Mystic Underworld, it was still more than half. There were also many sky prides, and they were all of high quality. In the Mountain Flow Prefecture Master's residence, the Mountain Flow Prefecture Master sat at the head of the table. Below him were a group of experts from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Each of them exuded a shocking aura. We've already arranged for that group of people to stay in. I heard that their expressions were very ugly. An old man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks had a sinister look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little smug. He was the one who had suggested that method. Prefecture Master, I suggest that before the prefecture competition begins, we should give them more tricks and treat them well, the old man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks said again. The sinister smile on his face became more obvious. The so-called tricks and treat were, of course, not positive. They were some other methods that targeted the people from the territory of Mystic Underworld. They wouldn't cause them any harm, but they would disgust them and affect their condition. They wouldn't be able to participate in the prefecture competition properly and would eventually lose. That's enough. There's no need for that. However, the Manor Lord refused. Playing such a small trick was a little too despicable. If they continued like this, it would be too despicable. Elder son, let's stop here. The geniuses of our manor will only be stronger than them. Of course I know, Prefecture Master. It's just to ensure that our prefecture can get more spots. Elder son chuckled. He didn't blush at all. The prefecture competition will begin in 3 days. Make all the preparations. There's no room for any mistakes. The prefecture master had the authority of a prefecture master. In this place, his words were absolute, just like an emperor. Chapter 1409. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The simple thatched huts in the Xianming garden opened, and figures walked out. They were the 108 prodigies from the dark underworld territory. During these 3 days, everyone was either exchanging their experiences or adjusting their energy. They had all reached their peak condition. The divine light in their eyes was restrained, and when they looked around, a bright light would occasionally shoot out. It was as if it could pierce through the sky. The group of people walked out of the simple and crude Xianming garden in an imposing manner and headed in the direction of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. The gathering point for the prefecture competition was in the Mountain Flow Mansion. The prodigies from the dark underworld territory had no idea what the prefecture competition was about. However, since he was already here, there was nothing to be afraid of no matter what kind of competition it was. When the 108 prodigies from the dark underworld territory arrived at the Mountain Flow Mansion, most of the participating prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion had also arrived. The number of participating prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion was even more than the dark underworld territory. There were close to 200 of them, which shocked everyone. At the same time, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion swept their gazes across the crowd. Their eyes shone brightly, and traces of domineering aura surged forth, as though they were trying to see through everyone. For a moment, everyone felt an indescribable pressure assaulting them. They felt that the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion were looking at them with ill intentions, and even hatred. Hatred. Originally, the prefecture competition was for the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion. Now that people from other territories were going to participate, some of their spots would be taken away. Of course, they would be unhappy. Those who were narrow-minded would hate and even want to kill. However, the prodigies from the dark underworld ranking were not afraid. They looked at each other, and their eyes shone brightly. If they were at a disadvantage now, they would not be able to defeat them in the subsequent duels, regardless of their opponent's strength. Regardless of the outcome of the duels. Right now, at this moment, they could not lose in terms of momentum. That's Su Mubai. Which Su Mubai? It's the Xianming young master Su Mubai who fought against Zhao Shinkong a few months ago and won. So, it's him. Instantly, all eyes were focused on Su Mubai's face. Su Mubai's expression did not change. He was not affected at all. Zhao Xingkong, Chen Zong and the others remembered this name. It turned out that Su Mubai had really come here to train a few months ago. Perhaps that was when the mysterious underworld small world had opened. No wonder Su Mubai did not enter the dark nether small world. As for Zhao Xingkong, who was defeated by him, he was still mentioned, which meant that Zhao Xingkong's strength was not to be underestimated. Zhao Xingkong is here. A voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a slender figure striding over. This person was dressed in a light golden robe. There were countless patterns on the robe that looked like burning flames. Every step he took seemed to be strolling in the void. His figure was straight and his expression was cold. His eyes were as bright and cold as the stars. Aura. Wisps of faintly discernible aura continued to spread out from the other party's body, as if they were radiating in all directions. They were densely packed and spread out like an invisible net. The net spread out in all directions, covering a radius of a few hundred meters. It seemed to have enveloped everyone. There was an invisible pressure that went straight to the heart. However, those who were not sensitive enough would not be able to sense this invisible net. They would only feel an indescribable pressure when facing Zhao Xingkong. Chen Zong's gaze was grave. Zhao Xingkong's strength was probably very terrifying. Otherwise, it would not be like this. There was a voice in Chen Zong's heart telling him that Zhao Xingkong's strength was enough to suppress his current self. If Zhao Xingkong's strength was strong enough to suppress his current self, then wouldn't Zhao Xingkong, who had defeated Su Mubai, be even stronger? Zhao Xingkong strode over. His cold eyes flashed and landed on Su Mubai's face. An extremely sharp cold light shot out from his eyes. It was as if two rays of starlight pierced through the sky and were about to pierce through Su Mubai. The dark light in Su Mubai's eyes became more obvious and intense. It seemed like it was going to devour something. A shocking chill spread out in all directions. Their gazes collided in the void. It was formless and colorless, but there seemed to be a shocking will that spread out like a storm. It made one's heart tremble. Su Mubai, I let you win by a fluke last time. This time. Zhao Xingkong's voice was cold. His tone was extremely sharp. A loser has nothing to say. Su Mubai's expression was neither fast nor slow. It was as if he was stating a fact. There was only one sentence between the two of them, but it was enough to let others know a lot of information. Zhao Xingkong had been defeated the last time they fought, but Su Mubai had probably not won easily. This time, Zhao Xingkong wanted to avenge himself and turn the tables. However, Su Mubai was very confident in himself. As for who would win, who would lose, who would be stronger, and who would be weaker, that would depend on each person's ability and ability. Invisible auras collided continuously between the Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigies and the Mystic Nether Territory's prodigies. Suddenly, an extremely hot aura spread out rapidly from afar. It was accompanied by an extremely loud cry. Half of the sky was illuminated by a red light as if it was on fire. An astonishingly hot aura also rushed toward them. A figure rapidly approached in the fiery light that filled half of the sky. The fierce Phoenix King is here. The Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigies seemed to be very excited and full of anticipation. The Mystic Nether Territory's prodigies all turned their heads to look. Their expressions were solemn and even more curious. The aura was very hot, very strong, and very shocking. Moreover, it was not the aura of a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, but the aura of a half-saint. However, it was extremely shocking that a half-saint's aura could be so powerful. Su Mubai's expression was solemn. Traces of battle intent gathered in the depths of his eyes. The fierce Phoenix King. Immediately after, a fiery red figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure paused, and the blazing red light that filled half of the sky surged from behind and converged into the figure's body. It was a graceful figure wearing fiery red armor. The armor had a pattern of a fierce phoenix spreading its wings and flying high. It was so lifelike that it seemed as if it could really soar into the sky and soar into the sky. The figure was tall and graceful. It was filled with a fiery charm. It was very seductive, and it seemed as if it could attract everyone's attention. However, the other party's appearance was relatively ordinary. Compared to the fiery and seductive figure, it was a pity. Otherwise, if she had a beautiful face that could match her figure, she would be able to bring disaster to the country and its people. The other party's figure was indeed very graceful and seductive. Women would be jealous, and men would be tempted. This was something that no one could avoid unless they were heartless. However, some people had enough self-control. They would not be tempted, and would not be unable to extricate themselves from the temptation. Chernzong was amazed by the other party's figure. He was even more surprised by the aura that emanated from the other party's body. It was a very frightening aura. That heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world to ashes. The fierce Phoenix King. Without a doubt, this was a king-ranked prodigy. Of course, Zhao Xingkong was also a king-ranked prodigy. However, even among king-ranked martial artists there were different grades. Chernzong guessed that the fierce Phoenix King was not a low-grade king-ranked martial artist. He was at least a mid-grade or even a high-grade king-ranked prodigy. The moment the fierce Phoenix King arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. All the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies' eyes landed on him. Some were burning with passion, some were filled with admiration, and some were filled with greed. It was as if they wanted to peel off that fiery red armor of his. Although his looks were relatively ordinary compared to his figure, he was still considered a high-grade beauty. Coupled with his charming figure, he naturally became a goddess in many people's hearts. The moment the fierce Phoenix King arrived, the entire place seemed to have heated up. The atmosphere changed. Almost everyone's attention was attracted to him. Su Mubai and Zhao Xingkong were ignored. The fierce Phoenix King was the top prodigy of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Zhao Xingkong was ranked second. The fierce Phoenix King had a faint smile on his face. He was like a proud phoenix, standing out from a flock of chickens. With the arrival of the fierce Phoenix King, all the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture had arrived. There were a total of 200 people, which was almost 100 more than the mystic underworld territory. Powerful auras surged. One by one, figures flew down from the sky. They were the formidable martial artists of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. All of them were at the late stage Saint Rudiment realm. They were very terrifying. Looking down from above, their terrifying auras surged. Their sharp eyes swept across the crowd as if they wanted to see through everyone. The Xianyuan Sacred Assembly is about to begin. Now, it is the first round of the prefecture tournament. Only by obtaining a slot can you enter the prefecture tournament. Only then can you stand out and truly enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. In the sky, a Mountain Flow Prefecture martial artist's deep voice rang in everyone's ears. Without further ado, I announce that the Mountain Flow Prefecture tournament of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly qualifiers will now begin. Everyone was secretly excited. However, they did not make a sound. Instead, they listened carefully. This was because the contents and rules of the prefecture tournament were to be announced. There are a total of 308 people participating in the Mountain Flow Prefecture tournament. There will be 30 slots for advancement. Everyone was shocked when they heard that there would be 30 slots. 308 people, but only 30 slots for advancement. This meant that 278 people would be eliminated. They would not be able to enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. How cruel was that? One should know that these 308 people were not ordinary cultivators. Every one of them was a genius of the heaven grade. Even the weakest of them was a genius of the general grade. Many of them were geniuses of the marquis grade, and some were geniuses of the monarch grade. There were also quite a few geniuses of the king grade. They were all geniuses, but 278 of them would be eliminated. The competition would be extremely fierce. Then, what would the prefecture tournament be about? Would the 308 people fight one round after another? Or would it be something else? Chernzong also felt a lot of pressure. After all, his current strength had not reached the peak of the sage-to-be grade. Among the 308 people, there were not just 1 or 2 people who were stronger than him. It was not as simple as 10 people. There might be 20 or even more. Therefore, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to obtain a slot. It would be very stressful. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong did not feel afraid. On the contrary, he was filled with fighting spirit. Since he had started cultivating, he had gone through many difficulties. He had also gone through many battles with other geniuses. However, he had never been discouraged, stopped, and was never afraid. Chapter 14:10. The prefecture tournament will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage will be the Puppet Underground Palace. The Sky Prides from the mysterious Nether Territory did not react to the Mountain Flow Mansion Powerhouse's words because they did not understand. However, the 200 Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion were overjoyed. The Puppet Underground Palace. They all knew and understood. Moreover, each of them had entered the simulated Puppet Underground Palace to train. Some of them were even lucky enough to enter the real Puppet Underground Palace to train themselves. They knew, understood, and even experienced it personally. On the contrary, the people from the mysterious Nether Territory had not. Unknowingly, they had a slight advantage. Looking at the expressions of the Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, everyone understood. The second stage will be the Sky Peak Capture the Flag. The people from the mysterious Nether Territory were even more confused after hearing the Mountain Flow Mansion Powerhouse's word. As for the Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, they were stunned at first. Then, some of them looked enlightened, while others looked overjoyed. Before this, they had also undergone some training. Although the name of the stage was not mentioned, the words Sky Peak Capture the Flag made them think of something. Could it be that they had been preparing for the prefecture tournament? If that was the case, wouldn't they have a huge advantage? Even a fool could see that there was something wrong with this scene. Sir, aren't you being unfair to the Sky Prides from the mysterious Nether Territory by doing this? The Great Elder from the mysterious Nether Palace said directly, his domineering aura spreading out. The domineering aura of someone at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and ranked in the top 10 of the profound ranking was extremely intimidating. The expressions of the Mountain Flow Mansion powerhouses changed drastically. Fair? How is it unfair? One of the Mountain Flow Mansion powerhouses immediately retorted with a look of disdain. The Puppet Underground Palace and the Sky Peak Capture the Flag belong to the Mountain Flow Mansion. Our Sky Prides should be training in them. If you think it's unfair, you can withdraw from the prefecture tournament. His words immediately enraged the powerhouses from the mysterious Nether Territory. First, they let them stay in the shabby thatched hut. Now, they were being biased in the prefecture tournament. They had really gone too far. Powerful auras emanated from the experts of the realm of mysterious underworld and swept out in all directions like an invisible storm. There were more than a dozen experts from the mystic nether realm who had escorted them here, and each of them was at least at the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Their furious auras filled the air, causing the sky to darken. It was as if a storm was coming. Enough! This is the Mountain Flow Prefecture. The contents of the prefectural tournament are decided by the prefecture. If you feel that it is unfair, you can appeal. This was the voice of the Mountain Flow Prefecture's manor-head. Since he had spoken, the conclusion was set and could not be changed. Either that or submit. If they were not convinced, they could appeal. Where to appeal? Naturally, it was the royal capital. After all, the Xianyuan Saint allowed the 5 major regions to participate because the experts of the 5 major regions had fought for the approval of the Xianyuan dynasty's royal family. However, if they really chose this method, it would mean that they would not be able to participate in the prefecture tournament and would miss it. Even if the Mountain Flow Prefecture was punished by the Xianyuan royal family, they would not be able to redeem their qualification to participate in the prefecture tournament and would not be able to participate in the Xianyuan Saint Assembly. On top of that, it was a critical period for the Xianyuan Saint Assembly. Even if they appealed, the Xianyuan royal family might not have the time to care. After all, the Mountain Flow Prefecture belonged to the Xianyuan dynasty and the Mystic Nether Territory did not. It was like the difference between family and outsiders. Under normal circumstances, they would side with their family. What should they do? All the powerhouses looked at the Great Elder of the Mystic Nether Palace. He was the leader of this trip and could make the decision. Although the Great Elder of the Mystic Nether Palace had a good temper, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The anger in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt, but he had to suppress it. Once it erupted, he would definitely not be able to participate in the prefecture tournament. In order to allow the prodigies of the Mystic Nether Territory to participate in the prefecture tournament, the Mystic Nether Palace's efforts were not in vain. Endure. He could only endure. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Silence meant acquiescence. Why? Are you still not convinced? If you still think it's unfair, then get lost, a powerhouse from the Mountain Flow Prefecture said coldly. Yes. The Great Elder of the Mystic Nether Palace's voice was extremely heavy. Everyone could hear the heavy humiliation in his voice. In an instant, waves of anger surged in everyone's hearts. Even though Chen Zong was not a disciple of the Mystic Nether Palace, as a prodigy of the Mystic Nether Territory, he had been bullied and humiliated repeatedly. He felt the same and shared the same hatred. Remember, do your best to get one of the 30 spots. The more, the better. Let the people of the Mountain Flow Prefecture know the consequences of bullying and humiliating us. A powerhouse's voice sounded in the ears of the 108 prodigies on the dark leaderboard. It was full of encouragement. The way the Mountain Flow Prefecture does things is just like this. It's unfair. What do you think? This is our territory. If you want to participate in the prefecture tournament, then you have to obey. Otherwise, get lost. Since you don't want to leave, then participate in the tournament. Get as many spots as you can and give the people of the Mountain Flow Prefecture a slap in the face. In an instant, the 108 prodigies were filled with fighting spirit. Their morale was high. Who doesn't know how to shout slogans? Don't embarrass yourselves if you don't even get a spot. Suddenly, a prodigy from the Mountain Flow Prefecture mocked them. Don't underestimate them. They might even get 2 or 3 spots. It sounded like he was speaking for the Mystic Nether Territory, but his tone was full of disdain. 30 spots. It was impossible for the prodigies from the Mystic Nether Territory to not get a single spot. First of all, Su Mubai was very powerful. He was not weaker than Zhao Xinkong, who was the second-ranked prodigy from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. Therefore, Su Mubai had a high chance of getting a spot. Apart from Su Mubai, there were many powerful prodigies from the Mystic Nether Territory who also had a high chance of getting a spot. Listen up, 3 spots. Zhao Xinkong suddenly sneered. He glanced coldly at the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture and then at the prodigies from the Mystic Nether Territory. There was a hint of mockery in his cold gaze as he said word by word, "At most, let them get 3 spots." It was as if he was announcing the result. He would only let the prodigies from the Mystic Nether Territory get 3 spots. At most, they could get 2 or even 1. All right. At most, 3 spots. We can do that. The prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture agreed. At most, they would get 3 spots out of the 30 spots, which was 1/10 of the total. The remaining 27 spots would be taken by the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. How arrogant! How unfair! Everyone, you heard that. 3 spots. Su-Mubai smiled. His voice was calm and steady, and he did not seem angry at all. However, the darkness in the depths of his eyes spun like a whirlpool, showing his inner turmoil. Everyone, 3 spots is the minimum. Remember, get more spots, Jian Lingxiao said with a smile. Jian Lingxiao smiled, and a terrifyingly sharp aura shot up to the sky. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. The unparalleled sharpness of the aura caused the expressions of the Mountain Flow Mansion's elites to change drastically. So powerful! Zhao Xingkong could not help but feel a little surprised. Apart from Su-Mubai, there was someone else with such strength among the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory. The prefecture competition had yet to begin, but the competition between the 2 prodigies had already begun. The Puppet Underground Palace has opened. Enter now. You can only enter the 2nd stage if you pass the Puppet Underground Palace within the time limit. The expert from the Mountain Flow Prefecture said, but did not elaborate. Remember, you must not kill anyone. Otherwise, no matter who it is, you will be punished. Compared to the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture, the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory were confused. However, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to explain in detail. As such, they could only wait and see after entering the Puppet Underground Palace. The entrance to the Puppet Underground Palace was located in another space, or rather, a mystic realm. It was a mystic realm that had been modified. A pitch-black door was wide open, and a pitch-black light flowed through it like water, rippling as if it was flowing endlessly. The fierce Phoenix King, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned into a blazing flame, and within the flame, there seemed to be a fire phoenix spreading its wings and soaring high into the sky. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed thousands of meters and disappeared into the Black Gate. Zhao Xingkong coldly glanced at the prodigies from the mystic Nether territory with a sneer on his face. His figure flashed, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he instantly disappeared into the black door after fierce Phoenix King. One by one, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture moved and disappeared into the black door. Only the 108 prodigies from the mystic Nether territory were left. Su-Mubai's figure moved as if he had lost all weight. His entire body floated forward like a ghost, giving off an extremely relaxed feeling. It was as if he was walking in the void. He was clearly not at the Saint Rudiment stage, but he seemed to be able to fly like a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Of course, Su-Mubai's technique was extraordinary, but it was not true flight. It could only be considered as flying at a low altitude within a certain distance. In an instant, Su-Mubai's figure disappeared into the black door. Then, his figure turned into a golden sword light that tore through the sky in an extremely swift and fierce manner and disappeared into the black door in an instant. One by one, the 108 prodigies from the underworld ranking entered the black door in no time. Chen Zong's vision was pitch black, and he seemed to be constantly shuttling through the darkness. Shortly after, a ray of light appeared in front of him. The light gradually expanded and became brighter and brighter. It seemed to be an exit. Without hesitation, Chen Zong accelerated toward the light and rushed into it in an instant. After his vision switched between darkness and light, Chen Zong adjusted in an instant. The light in front of him seemed a little dim, like dusk was about to fall. However, such dimness did not affect Chen Zong's superb eyesight at all. Even in the darkness, it was as clear as day. Chapter 14:11. The Puppet Underground Palace was a secret realm controlled by the Mountain Flow Mansion for training. Once one entered, they would appear at any place in the palace. The palace was huge and had many passages like a maze. One had to get out of the palace within a set time to pass the first stage and enter the second stage. How long was the time limit? Chen Zong saw a huge shadow of a water hourglass floating at the top of the palace. Water droplets were dripping down slowly. Chen Zong estimated that it would take about 3 days. In other words, he only had 3 days to get out of the puppet underground palace. Chen Zong had no idea if 3 days was long or short. After all, his understanding of the puppet underground palace was limited to 2 words: puppet underground palace. He could guess that this place was related to puppets, but he knew nothing else. This was a disadvantage, and it increased the difficulty. However, since he was given such an opportunity, he had to do his best to fight for it so that he would not have any regrets. Xianyuan Holy Tower. It was said to be the final reward. Chen Zong was looking forward to it, but he would not neglect other things, such as the process. Fighting with other geniuses was also a reward. After all, those who could participate in the Xianyuan Holy Tower were all powerful and capable. Fighting with them was a way to train oneself, improve oneself, and perfect oneself. The most important thing now is to find the right path, Chen Zong said to himself. There were 4 passages in front, back, left, and right. He did not know where they would lead. Chen Zong had to make a choice. How should he choose? In a situation where he was not sure, he had to trust his intuition. Chen Zong glanced around and followed his heart. He chose the passage on the right. He took a step forward, and his body glided forward at a steady pace. The sound of heavy footsteps suddenly rang out, coming from the front. It was getting closer and closer, causing Chen Zong's expression to turn solemn. What was that? His sharp eyes saw a tall figure walking over with large strides. His footsteps were incomparably heavy. Every step he took seemed to trample the earth and collapse the mountains. Chen Zong saw it clearly. It was a figure that was more than 3 meters tall. Its body seemed to be made of brown rocks, and the gaps between the brown rocks were filled with magma-like crimson light. Its upside-down triangular upper body was abnormally strong, and its shoulders and elbows had sharp spikes that looked like they were polished from fiery red crystals. It looked very terrifying. A scorching aura emanated from the puppet's body, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Chen Zong could feel a wave of heat assaulting his face. Puppet. These were the puppets from the puppet underground palace. Chen Zong was not surprised at all when he encountered the puppets. He was already mentally prepared. The puppet that emitted the scorching aura strode over. Its eyes flashed with fiery red light and fell on Chen Zong, as if it wanted to ignite Chen Zong. Immediately, with a roar, the puppet's walking speed suddenly increased. It gradually quickened from a slow walk to a trot. The entire underground palace seemed to be shaking. Its momentum was extremely shocking, and it resounded in all directions. The echoes surged back and forth from the dim and thick walls of the passage, mixing with the buzzing sound. The terrible aura rushed over, making Chen Zong feel suffocated. The puppet's strength was at least at the half-saint level, or even at the advanced half-saint level. Chen Zong had no intention of dodging. He stared at the puppet, silently calculating the distance between them. Soon after, he took a step forward. His foot landed heavily on the ground, as if it was going to break the ground. A strong force rose from the soles of his feet, like a torrent, passing through his waist and spine to his right arm. With a sudden swing of his right arm, the gilded heavy mountain sword was unsheathed in an instant. The terrible weight of 150,000 kilograms burst out in an instant, as if it was going to break the vacuum. The void shook and the wind whistled. This sword was as fast as thunder, as violent as thunder, and as powerful as lightning. It was like a bolt of lightning full of terrible power breaking through the air, directly hitting the puppet. The puppet's body was huge, and it seemed to have infinite power. However, its reaction speed was relatively slow, and it was immediately hit by Chen Zong's sword. The puppet's forward momentum was stopped. Chen Zong also felt a terrible rebounding force hit the sword body, and then passed through the sword body to attack him. His feet stood firm as if they were rooted to the ground, but his body leaned back like a bamboo in the wind. After offloading part of the rebounding force, his waist naturally twisted, and his upper body drew a small circle to borrow the other part of the rebounding force. Once again, he attacked with his sword. This sword was like a volcanic eruption, and its power was even more terrible. As if it was going to break the vacuum, it heavily hit the puppet's arm, and immediately shattered the arm. The bamboo in the wind, borrowing the rebounding force, made the second sword even more powerful. This was not a unique skill, but a technique of exerting force. It was very practical. With one arm shattered, the puppet's body suddenly lost its balance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chernzong attacked with his second sword. Blood spurted out from the sword. With a flash of blood, the sword pierced through the sky like a bloody meteor, piercing through everything. Chernzong used the half-step sword intent for this sword, but he did not use all his strength, only 70% of it. The sword was so sharp that it immediately cut off the puppet's head. Cut, cut, cut. The golden sword light was so fast that it stopped in an instant. The puppet's hard body had been dismembered, falling to the ground in pieces. Puppets were not living creatures. Generally speaking, no matter if their arms, legs, or heads were cut off, they could continue to move. Therefore, Chernzong dismembered them. Even if they were not dead, they could not move. With the help of the half-step sword intent, the sword became so sharp that it easily cut open the puppet's hard body. Chernzong's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the puppet. Generally, all puppets had a core, and the core provided power for them to move and fight. So, where was the core? With his powerful soul sense, Chernzong quickly located the core, which was the chest. After cutting open the chest with his sword, Chernzong saw an octagonal fiery red crystal. The fiery red crystal was shining with red light, constantly fluctuating from the inside, and a blazing aura spread in all directions. Chernzong raised his sword, and the fiery red crystal immediately fell into his hand. Chernzong immediately felt a blazing aura from the fiery red crystal, as if it was burning. He was sure that it was the puppet's core, because as soon as the core fell into Chernzong's hand, the light on the puppet's fragments quickly dimmed and disappeared. Chernzong did not know what the puppet's core was used for, so he intended to put it into the storage ring. However, he found that he could not open the storage ring, as if there was an invisible force sealing the storage ring. If he could not open the storage ring, it meant that he could not put things into the storage ring, and it also meant that he could not take things out of the storage ring. This was not good news. What should he do? Chernzong wondered if he should throw away the puppet's core. However, there was a feeling in his heart that told Chernzong not to throw it away, because it might come in handy later. Since he had such a feeling, he naturally had to carry it with him. Then, he would put it away for now. Fortunately, the puppet's core was not very big, about the thickness of a finger and the size of a baby's fist. It was not heavy either, so it would not affect his movements. After putting away the puppet's core, Chernzong ignored the scattered puppet's fragments and continued forward. To pass through the puppet underground palace, besides finding the correct direction, you also need to obtain the corresponding puppet's core to open the door and leave. Ma Shifeng smiled at the person beside him. Those bumpkins from the outside definitely don't know this. Of course they don't know. This is our advantage. Wei Zedong smiled coldly, his face full of disdain. Moreover, we have to do our best to prevent them from even getting a single spot. Of course, why should we let them fight for the spots that should belong to us? Ma Shifeng's face was full of dissatisfaction. The people of the Mountain Flow Mansion all believed that these spots should belong to them, whether it was 30 or 20 spots. Even if there was a competition, it should be between them, and not let others participate. But since the higher-ups had made such a rule, they could only abide by it. However, this did not stop them from using some tricks. If they wanted to participate, then participate. They would not be able to get anything and would have come here for nothing. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong had appeared not far from each other after entering the puppet underground palace. After discovering each other, they proposed to work together to increase their chances of winning. This was a very normal thing to do. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from afar. It sounded like the roar of an ancient beast, vigorous and powerful. It was extremely shocking. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong looked at each other and immediately moved. They used their movement techniques and quickly moved in the direction of the roar. They both knew that it was the puppet's voice. And the puppet's voice meant that it had found someone. Who was it? Was it someone from the Mountain Flow Mansion? Or were they bumpkins from the mystic underworld territory? If it was the latter, then it would be fun. Although Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong had not entered the puppet underground palace for training, they had entered the simulated puppet underground palace a few times. Therefore, they found that the puppet underground palace was quite similar to the simulated puppet underground palace. The familiar feeling made them feel like fish in water. A relatively familiar environment always made people feel at ease, and thus, they could be in better condition. The voice should be coming from here. Ma Shifeng narrowed his eyes and judged. It's here. Wei Zedong found the scattered puppets and also saw that the puppet core was missing. Could it be from our side? Ma Shifeng whispered. Only the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Mansion knew the use of the puppet core and would definitely take it away. However, the bumpkins from the mystic underworld territory did not know. Not necessarily, Wei Zedong said. He looked ahead and said, we'll know when we catch up. If it was a prodigy from the Mountain Flow Mansion, they would also catch up. If it was someone who was weaker than them, of course, they would force the other party to hand over the puppet core. This was a competition that concerned the 30 spots in the regional competition. Even if they were brothers, they would not be modest. If it was a bumpkin from the mystic underworld territory, then it would be even better. Not only would they take the puppet core from the other party, but they would also use this opportunity to teach the other party a lesson and let him know the consequences. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong's speed was very fast. They were like 2 gusts of wind as they flew forward. Soon after, they saw a blurry figure in front of them continuously moving forward. Chase! The two sped up and quickly chased after it. Chapter 14:12. Chen Zong was rushing forward when suddenly, 2 gusts of wind came from behind him. In an instant, one of the gusts of wind swept past him. A country bumpkin from the mysterious nether realm, just in time. Ma West Wind appeared in front of Chen Zong, blocking Chen Zong's path. He sneered. His eyes filled with mockery as he locked onto Chen Zong, as if Chen Zong had become his prey. Kneel down and obediently hand over the puppet core, and I'll spare you this time. Wei Zedong appeared behind Chen Zong, his powerful aura locking onto Chen Zong. Are you talking about this? Chen Zong took out the fiery red puppet core and smiled at Ma West Wind. Hand it over. Ma West Wind's eyes flashed. There was indeed a puppet core. He immediately ordered, tell me first, what's the use of the puppet core? Chen Zong was unhurried and unruffled. This is not something a country bumpkin like you should know. Ma West Wind sneered. He immediately realized that the other party was trying to get information out of him, so naturally, he would not say it out loud. It has something to do with leaving the puppet underground palace. Chen Zong seemed to be talking to himself while observing the other party's expression. Sure enough, when Chen Zong said this, Ma West Wind's eyes and expression changed, confirming Chen Zong's guess. The puppet core was indeed related to leaving the puppet underground palace, but Chen Zong did not know the details. However, there was a chance to find out now. Kneel down and hand over the puppet core. Ma West Wind suddenly shouted, his voice cold and full of power. If one's will was not strong enough, they would be frightened and might really kneel down. But this move had no effect on Chenzong. I think it's better for you to tell me the specific use of the puppet core. Chenzong smiled faintly. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong laughed at the same time. It seemed that this country bumpkin from the mysterious underworld territory was very confident in himself. Perhaps he was a genius in the mysterious underworld territory and didn't have many opponents. He didn't know how high the sky was outside. Since that's the case, I'll let the other party know what it means to be a frog in a well. It's time for him to wake up and realize the cruelty of the world. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ma Shifeng took a step forward and threw out a slap. It looked like a simple slap, but the angle was extremely tricky and exquisite. It was as if it had sealed off all escape routes. There was not even a blind spot, so there was no way to avoid it. Ma Shifeng was also very confident that this slap would land directly on Chenzong's face. It would make a crisp sound and even make his face swollen. A crisp sound was heard. Ma Shifeng's entire body was thrown to the side. His body spun 3 times in the air, and his entire body crashed into the thick and hard wall, making an extremely dull sound. The mocking smile on Wei Zidong's face instantly froze. Soon after, he was completely stunned. Ma Shifeng was actually sent flying by a slap? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Could it be that he was hallucinating? A series of questions welled up in his mind. He looked over and saw Ma Shifeng standing up shakily. His face was swollen like a big bun. It could be seen how hard that slap was. Ma Shifeng was also stunned. It shouldn't be. How could it be that he was sent flying? How could this country bumpkin avoid his slap and return it with a slap? There seemed to be a buzzing sound in his head, making him feel dizzy. Ma Shifeng's strength might be good, but relatively speaking, compared to the current Chenzong, he was still inferior. Moreover, Ma Shifeng didn't look at Chenzong seriously. Under his contempt, he was naturally sent flying by Chenzong's slap. Ma Shifeng, who quickly came to his senses, was extremely furious. His eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent as he immediately threw out a palm. This palm could topple mountains and overturn seas. Its power was extremely shocking. This palm also displayed Ma Shifeng's outstanding ability. The space around Chenzong was directly sealed. It seemed that he could only face this palm attack. It was like a storm that wreaked havoc and destroyed everything. At the same time, Wei Zidong also made his move. His kick was so powerful that it seemed to be able to crush a mountain. It was directly aimed at Chenzong's back. The pincer attack was like a wolf in front and a tiger in the back. It immediately made Chenzong feel threatened. He was indeed a genius of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. His strength was indeed extraordinary. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong immediately drew his sword. The golden sword light suddenly lit up and instantly turned into a thunderbolt that pierced through the air. The extremely tyrannical power directly tore Ma Shifeng's palm wind apart. The sword attacked. The speed of the sword was astonishing. After the sword hit Ma Shifeng, the body of the sword trembled and instantly swept behind. As if it could cut through heaven and earth, it shattered Wei Zidong's kick wind and bombarded Wei Zidong's body. 2 swords. After directly shattering Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong's attacks, they were sent flying. The 2 of them were not weak, but compared to Chenzong, there was still a gap. Moreover, Chenzong did not use the half-step sword intent because he could not kill people. Who knew if the experts of the Mountain Flow Prefecture knew about the situation here? If he killed the 2 of them himself, the consequences would be very serious, and the implications would be huge. However, although he could not kill them, he could defeat them and injure them. He could then interrogate them about the puppet core and the way to leave the puppet underground palace. How is this possible? Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong were extremely shocked. With their strength, how could they be defeated? How could this country bumpkin be so powerful? In the Xianming territory, the only person they knew was Su Mubai, because Su Mubai had once defeated Zhao Shinkong by a single move. Other than Su Mubai, they did not pay much attention to the others. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Chen Zong did not speak. He attacked again. The tyrannical sword shattered the sky and directly sent Wei Zedong flying. Wei Zedong crashed into the wall and made an extremely dull sound. It was like the roar of a drum. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. During this period of cultivation, Chen Zong's overall strength had obviously improved. Even if he did not use the half-step sword intent, he could still have the strength of the top 30 of the Netherworld ranking with his spiritual will. If he used the half-step sword intent, the top 20 of the Netherworld ranking would not be a problem. However, the top 20 was just a general term. The 11th place was the top 20 and the 19th place was also the top 20. There was a big difference in their strength. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zedong's strength was not bad, but it was equivalent to the 40th to 50th place on the Netherworld ranking. How could they beat Chen Zong's match? Suppress. Chen Zong waved his sword and directly injured the two of them. Now I'll ask and you answer. I'll ask separately. If your answers are different, then don't blame me. Chen Zong smiled coldly. Although I can't kill you, I'll let you have a taste of some of my methods. After speaking, Chen Zong immediately pointed his finger at Wei Zedong's head. He temporarily blocked his hearing and turned his body around so that he could not see this side. How do we break through the puppet underground palace? Chen Zong's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He stared at Ma Shifeng and asked word by word, "Think carefully before you answer. If your answer is different from his, you'll have to bear the consequences." Ma Shifeng looked coldly at Chen Zong, his face full of disdain. Immediately there was a cracking sound. Ma Shifeng let out a miserable cry. One of his fingers was broken by Chen Zong. "You don't have to say. I'll break your fingers and toes one by one, and then crush them one by one. If that's not enough, I'll crush your limbs inch by inch," Chen Zong said calmly. His faint smile and indifferent words made Ma Shifeng tremble uncontrollably. It was as if he was looking at a demon. Breaking, crushing 10 fingers, breaking the bones of the 4 limbs, and crushing them inch by inch. Just imagining that kind of pain was incomparably shocking. Ma Shifeng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was normal to be injured, but that kind of pain was pure torture. It's just a way to break through the puppet underground palace. If you want to keep it for yourself, then keep it. Someone will ask for it. Chen Zong smiled, but his voice was even more indifferent. Ma Shifeng suddenly felt that something was wrong. "I'll talk." Ma Shifeng saw that Chen Zong was about to make a move and immediately said, "The way to break through the puppet underground palace is not difficult. There are 2 points. One is to find the right direction, and the other is to obtain 3 different puppet cores of different attribute. You need 6 of each type." Since he had already said it, Ma Shifeng might as well go all out and tell him the details. The puppet underground palace was huge, and there were many passages. It was very complicated. If one could not find the right path, they would get lost, unless they were lucky enough. But how to find the right path? There was a pattern. There was a formula. Go left if you meet 2, right if you meet 4. This meant that if you met 2 passages, you should choose the left one. If you met a crossroad, you should choose the right one. That way, you could reach the exit of the puppet underground palace. If one did not know this pattern, they would definitely take many detours. Even if they were lucky, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would always be on the right path. The prodigies of the mysterious underworld territory did not know this, but the prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture did. It would save them a lot of time. In addition, there were 3 types of puppets in the puppet underground palace. The first type was the lava puppet, the one that Chen Zong had killed. The second type was the frost puppet. The last type was the storm puppet. The 3 types of puppets had 3 different attributes, and their cores were all different. Only by obtaining 6 of each type of core could one find the exit and pass the puppet underground palace. Then, they could enter the second stage, the capture the flag on Sky Peak. Chen Zong did not believe Ma Shifeng's words immediately. Thus, after sealing his hearing, he turned around and began to ask Wei Zidong. Wei Zidong was more sensible and immediately answered. Other than the way he spoke, the content was the same. Left if you meet 2, right if you meet 4. 6 of each type of puppet core. Thus, Chen Zong believed 80% of it. The remaining 20% could be asked by others. Next, it was time to take the 2's puppet cores. However, there was only one core. It was a storm puppet core. It looked bright yellow, as if a storm was swirling within, as if it wanted to rush out of the core and wreak havoc in all directions. Its power was astonishing. Chapter 14-13. Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong leaned against the wall. Their bodies were in excruciating pain, and their injuries were not light. If they could open their storage rings, they could take out elixirs to heal their injuries. However, their storage rings were temporarily sealed. They could not store or take out anything to prevent cheating. Therefore, they could only rely on their own abilities to heal their injuries. Based on their injuries, they would need at least a day to recover. It would take several days for them to fully recover. The puppet underground palace had a time limit of 3 days at most. More than 2 hours had passed. Damn it! Ma Shifeng's face was filled with murderous intent. This person should be killed 10,000 times. Wei Zidong was also furious. He had actually been forced into such a state by a country bumpkin. Not only had he been injured, his only puppet core had been taken away, and he had even been forced to reveal the method to pass through the puppet underground palace. In fact, it did not matter what they were interrogated about. The point was that they were interrogated. They were burning with anger. Damn it. Even if we can't pass the puppet underground palace, he won't be able to either. Ma Shifeng was furious. He would heal his injuries first. When his injuries were stable, he would take revenge. If he could not kill his opponent, he would cripple his opponent. Left every second, right every fourth. Chen Zong followed this pattern as he advanced. Whenever he encountered other puppets, he would attack and kill them. These puppets were at least high-level half-saint. Even if they were weak, they were stronger than ordinary high-level half-saint. The stronger puppets were comparable to the prodigies on the Netherworld list. Chen Zong encountered 2 puppets that joined forces. They were so strong that he had to use half-step sword intent to defeat them and obtain their puppet cores. 1 flame core, 1 storm core, and 1 ice soul core. It was too little to take almost a day. After all, each type of puppet core required at least 6. The puppet underground palace was huge. The probability of meeting each other was not high. At least, on the first day. As time passed, they would meet more people as they moved in the right direction. From afar, Chen Zong heard loud noises and felt a shocking collision of auras. It was a battle. It did not seem to be a battle between humans and puppets, but between humans. One of the voices sounded rather familiar. Chen Zong's countenance stiffened as he sped forward, only to see 3 silhouettes engaged in an intense battle. Among them, Chen Zong was very familiar with 2 of them. They were none other than his good friends, Nan Wukong and Jing Tuo. It could be seen that Jing Tuo and Nan Wukong had tried their best but were still suppressed by their opponent. He was no match for him. They were no match for him at all. The 2 of them were already injured. If it weren't for their tacit cooperation, they would have been defeated long ago. In addition, Chen Zong could also see that the other party was mocking them. It seemed that they did not use their full strength to deal with them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on until now. Brother Jing, Brother Nanwu, let me help you. Chen Zong's voice traveled directly into Jing Tuo and Nan Wukong's ears. The 2 of them were overjoyed. It was as if they had been injected with new energy, and their spirits were lifted. The geniuses of the Mountain Flow Prefecture immediately noticed this change and were slightly surprised. He couldn't kill anyone here, so he planned to toy with the two of them, slowly tormenting them and attacking their Tao hearts. This was even more ruthless than killing them directly. Could it be that an accident was about to happen? Suddenly, an extremely sharp storm pierced through the air. The shocking momentum caused the person's expression to change and become somewhat serious. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong, who had been pushed back by the blade, immediately turned around. Their eyes were as sharp as blades as they pierced through the air. They saw a violent flash of golden sword light, like a bolt of lightning, coming for them. Those sharp eyes pierced through the golden flash of sword light and saw Chen Zong. It was as if they were going to pierce through him. The blade struck out violently. Its murderous aura was shocking, and its murderous intent was surging. It was terrifying beyond compare. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong, who had been pushed back by the blade, changed their expressions greatly. Even though the blade was not aimed at them, it still made their hair stand on end. If it was aimed at them directly, they would die without a doubt. Instinctively, Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong could not help but worry for Chen Zong. This person was too powerful. They did not know if Chen Zong could contend with him. This blade was extremely sharp, and its light was extremely dazzling. It seemed to pierce through the sword light and pierce into Chen Zong's eyes. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stood on end. The sword and the blade collided in an instant. The shocking momentum surged in all directions, and the force tore through everything. It was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely terrifying sharpness penetrating through the sword, as if it was going to cut his arm into pieces. At the same time, the tyrannical power of the blade also struck out, directly smashing the opponent into pieces. They both took 3 steps back. "Oh, your strength is not bad." The Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigy narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Zong in surprise. That strike just now was an ordinary strike that had been executed with 100% of his strength. Not only was it blocked by Chen Zong, but he was also pushed back by 3 steps. At least it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. Chen Zong was also a little surprised by the opponent's strength. He was much stronger than the previous two. If that's the case, don't die. The Mountain Flow Mansion's genius's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. An astonishing aura suddenly filled the air, like a flaming storm sweeping over. Immediately, he struck out with his blade. The blade light was shocking, and it streaked across the darkness like an explosive bolt of lightning. It was extremely fast and powerful. The power of this blade strike was more than 50% stronger than the previous one. The power of this blade strike surprised Chen Zong. His opponent's cultivation had reached the peak of the high level of the half-saint realm. His cultivation could not be improved any further apart from breaking through to the saint realm. His blade technique was extremely terrifying. Its power was astonishing, and his attainment was very high. Furthermore, the slash contained a terrifying power. It was similar to the power of mental will, causing the slash to become even more powerful. As expected, all the powerful prodigies had already mastered the ability to transform their spiritual will into an illusion. Chen Zong wondered if this person had mastered the half-step Tao will. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the high level of the half-saint realm. In terms of cultivation, he was still inferior to his opponent. Moreover, his opponent cultivated a saint-grade upper-level cultivation method, which was of a high level. Therefore, the purity of his half-saint power was much higher than Chen Zong's. Chen Zong did not know what cultivation method he had cultivated to make his blade technique so powerful. In the world of cultivators, there were countless cultivation methods, martial techniques, and secret technique. No one knew what kind of cultivation method, martial technique, or secret technique was created by a genius or a freak. This person's blade was extremely fast, and its power was even more shocking. As the blade and sword collided again and again, Chernzong gradually discovered the mystery. It turned out that the other power contained in his opponent's blade technique was superposition. Every time he struck out with his blade, there were two blades superimposed, which meant that the power was multiplied. No wonder it was so powerful that Chernzong was at a disadvantage for a while. Chernzong was certain that this person's strength was strong enough to be ranked in the top 30 or even the top 20 of the dark list. This was a strong opponent, and Chernzong had to use his real strength to deal with him. Half-step sword intent. In an instant, a shocking sharpness spread out from the blade, and an awe-inspiring aura spread out in all directions, causing people to involuntarily shiver. Fang Zicheng, the Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigy, also had a slight change in expression, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. The aura that spread out from Chernzong's sword made him feel a trace of threat. The sword arrived, and the sword light was extremely shocking as it streaked across the sky. Fang Zicheng's expression was filled with shock. Half-step sword intent. Fang Zicheng was repelled by the sword. You actually grasped half-step sword intent, Fang Zicheng exclaimed. He could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately recognized Chernzong's power. It was half-step sword intent. Fang Zicheng, who was extremely talented and powerful, was ranked 13th among the Mountain Flow Mansion's prodigies, but he had not grasped half-step sword intent. You think you're strong just because you have half-step sword intent? Let me tell you, even without half-step Dao intent, I'm still stronger than you. Fang Zicheng's arm shook, and his expression was extremely solemn. His long saber shook, and a brilliant saber light shot out from it. Chernzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He vaguely saw the extremely cold saber light, and the blurry saber shadow was approaching, bringing with it a shocking threat. When the saber arrived, its power was much stronger. 3 stacked saber strikes. With each stacked saber strike, its power would increase by a lot. Blood spurt sword. With 70% half-step sword intent, the blood spurt sword's power increased explosively, and it directly defeated the opponent's 3 stacked saber strikes and counterattack. Fang Zicheng was shocked, and he hurriedly took 2 steps back to avoid Chernzong's sword. Difficult to deal with. He had never expected that this person would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he comprehend half-step sword intent, but his strength was also terrifying enough to contend with him. Since that was the case, he could not hold back anymore. Broken saber. Ashes. A low shout was heard, like a roar, and it shocked everyone in all directions. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from the opponent's body and spread out. The aura was violent and scorching, as if it was going to burn everything in the world into ashes and destroy everything. It was so terrifying that Chernzong felt his hair stand on end, and he had a feeling that he was going to be smashed and burned. This saber strike could not be resisted. A ball of gray flame with traces of bright red immediately spread over the long saber, burning silently. It seemed to be silent, but it was extremely violent. It was like the demonic fire of the end of the world, burning and burning everything, turning everything into ashes. Jing Tuo and Nan Wukong stood in the distance, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Horrifying! Horrifying! The flames on the saber gave them a horrifying feeling of being turned into ashes. It was as if the world had turned gray and had fallen into doomsday. It made them feel helpless and hopeless from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if the whole world would sink because of this, dissipating and turning into ashes under the flames that did not seem to be burning. What would Chernzong do in the face of this saber strike? Chernzong looked very serious. He had a feeling that, if he could not block this saber strike, he might die. At this point in the battle, it was difficult to stop. Even if the opponent killed him, he would at most be punished. Moreover, they were all from the Mountain Flow Prefecture, and this was the territory of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. It was inevitable that there would be favoritism. He could not die. He could not be injured. Because he could not take out the elixirs in his storage ring, he could only use that sword strike. Chapter 14:14. It took him several months to conceive the framework, and another several months to use the newly comprehended half-step sword intent as the foundation, and his long and vigorous accumulation of sword Tao as the main branch and leaf. After several bursts of inspiration, he finally completed the creation, with the half-step sword intent as the foundation. The full name of his half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword Tao intent. It originated from the heart and appeared in the sword. It was completely different from ordinary sword Tao intent. The sword Tao intent was the foundation of this type of Tao intent, while the heart sword Tao intent was an advanced Tao intent. It had the characteristics of the sword Tao intent, but it was above it. The student surpasses the master. To create an ultimate move with the half-step heart sword Tao intent as the foundation, one had to be clear about the characteristics of the heart sword Tao intent. It originated from the heart, moved by the will, and manifested in the sword. Compared to the basic half-step sword Tao intent, the half-step heart sword Tao intent had the sharpness of the sword Tao intent and the profoundness of the heart. The heart was unchanging yet ever-changing. It was as eternal as the heavens and earth, and as illusory as the clouds. It was unpredictable. Because of this, Chen Zong was inspired and finally created an ultimate move. He kept perfecting it. However, he had never used this ultimate move before. This time, the prodigy from the Mountain Flow Mansion was too strong. His ashes blade was extremely terrifying, as if it could turn everything into ashes. Chen Zong had no choice but to use the ultimate move he created. Mist. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. His eyes seemed to have become blurred, and there was a faint sharpness in the depths of his eyes. The aura that surrounded him also changed accordingly. It was like an illusory fog, making Chen Zong's entire being become misty, as if there were clouds surrounding him. The gilded mountain sword seemed to have lost all its weight. The huge sword body seemed to have dispersed in the air, turning into wisps of light golden mist that floated forward. If one looked closely, one would notice that the light golden mist was filled with wisps of extremely sharp sword chi. Each wisp of sword chi was thinner than a strand of hair, but they had unparalleled tenacity and sharpness. When the countless strands of sword chi that were thinner than hair condensed into a mist, not only did it not give off a sense of danger, it even had an indescribable hazy beauty. It was like a cloud of faint golden smoke drifting in the air under the setting sun. It gradually diffused, like ink dripping into water. Chen Zong disappeared, and so did his sword. All that was left was a cloud of pale golden smoke drifting forward, as if it was everywhere. A blade of ashes pierced through the air. The grayish-white blade flame with traces of blood red arrived and instantly collided with the pale golden sword chi mist. In an instant there was no sound, but the entire world seemed to fall silent because of this. An indescribable feeling of fear rose from the depths of Jing Tuo and Nan Wukong's hearts. Fire, smoke, blade chi, sword chi. The sword chi was like smoke. The moment it came into contact, it seemed to transform into a raging wave that tore apart the ashen fire, riddling the ashen fire with thousands of holes. Traces of misty sword chi penetrated the ashen fire and attacked Fang Zicheng. Fang Zicheng was extremely shocked, but he could not dodge. Instantly, the misty sword chi landed on Fang Zicheng's body. Even though it was blocked by ashes and the power of the misty sword chi was greatly reduced, it was still very terrifying. The defense on his body was instantly torn apart. The streaks of sword chi continued to cut his body, causing Fang Zicheng's entire body to tremble. He could not help but let out a miserable cry. His strongest blade attack, not only did it not defeat the opponent, it was broken by the opponent, and he was even wounded. When the sword qi dissipated, Fang Zicheng's entire body was covered in blood. It was unknown how many sword qi had cut him. It was a ghastly sight, and the sword qi under the half-step sword intent had penetrated his body through the wounds, wreaking havoc. If ashes had blocked most of the power of the sword qi, then this sword attack would have killed him directly. The heavily wounded Fang Zicheng's sword qi continued to wreak havoc in his body. He did not have much strength left. Naturally, the puppet cores on his body were also taken away by Chenzong. There were 3 cores, 2 of which were flame cores and 1 ice soul core. Thus, Chenzong had 3 flame cores, 2 ice soul cores and 1 storm core. Chenzong had also discovered that the difficulty of passing the puppet underground palace was in finding the correct path and having enough puppet cores. But so what if you knew the correct path? Without enough puppet cores, it was useless. And Chenzong had also discovered that the number of puppets in the puppet underground palace seemed to be limited. This meant that the number of puppet cores that could be obtained was also limited. This meant that only a portion of people could pass through the puppet underground palace and enter the second stage, the sky peak capture the flag. His heart leaping, Chenzong immediately interrogated Fang Zicheng. Compared to Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong, Fang Zicheng was much more unyielding. Chenzong's methods had no effect on him. This person's blade technique was so powerful, and his will was also incomparably firm. Using such a painful and torturous method, he was able to endure it. "I'll do it," Nan Wukong said, a chilling smile on his lips as he walked towards Fang Zicheng. Jing Tua also nodded at Chenzong. It seemed that this Nan Wukong was an expert in interrogation. Fang Zicheng stared coldly at Nan Wukong, without the slightest hint of fear. Nan Wukong approached with a half-smile and used his methods. He took out a small jade bottle from his bosom, and poured out a little powder onto the other's body. Chenzong discovered that the other's expression changed greatly. Then, under Nan Wukong's methods, the other broke down. He cried bitterly, without any trace of his previous unyielding spirit. Chenzong was dumbfounded. What powder was that? What method was that? He couldn't tell. But, to be able to make a person who didn't yield even when his fingers were broken and crushed, cry bitterly and confess everything, it was indeed shocking. And the result of the interrogation surprised Chenzong. There were 3 types of puppet cores, 6 each. This was correct, just as Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong had said. But the correct path was different. It wasn't to the left at every second or to the right at every fourth, but to the right at every third or to the left at every fifth. Chenzong frowned and began to think. He carefully recalled the process of interrogating Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong. He was sure that Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong weren't lying. Moreover, they couldn't have colluded with each other from the start. After all, they wouldn't have thought that they would be severely injured and captured for interrogation. If they had really colluded with each other, it could only be said that their minds were too frightening. But after thinking about it, Chenzong didn't think so. So, Ma Shifeng and Wei Zidong's words were true. And Fang Zicheng's words didn't seem to be false either. Chenzong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that there was more than one correct path? Or rather, there was actually only one correct path. But the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies knew differently. Some were deceived while others knew. Or rather, there were many so-called correct paths, but only one was true. But the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies didn't know either. They all thought that the path they knew was the correct one. In an instant, Chenzong's mind raced. He quickly analyzed. All 3 guesses were possible. Chenzong didn't hide it. Instead, he shared his information and guesses with Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong. At the same time, he also let Fang Zicheng hear it and carefully observed Fang Zicheng's expression. Chenzong deliberately let Fang Zicheng hear it. When Chenzong shared this information, he indeed saw a flash of surprise in Fang Zicheng's eyes. It seemed that Fang Zicheng's information was true, and he didn't know anything else. Of course, perhaps someone else knew more. Disadvantage. The lack of information was the disadvantage of the mystic underworld realm prodigies. Brother Chen, I have a suggestion. Jing Tua thought for a moment and said, why don't Nan Wukong and I choose the 3 right and 5 left paths? You can still take the original path. Okay. The thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind, and he agreed to Jing Tuo's suggestion. As for Fang Zicheng, Chen Zong didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, he couldn't kill anyone, and he was severely injured. Without pills, he couldn't recover at all. It was almost equivalent to being eliminated. Jing Tuo and Nan Wukong left together again. Their injuries were light, and it didn't affect them much. Take the 2nd left, take the 4th right. Chen Zong still followed the same path. As he moved forward, Chen Zong pondered. There were more than 300 people. If there was only one correct path, and it was the one he took, then he should have met more prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. However, that wasn't the case. Chen Zong had only met a few prodigies from the Mountain Flow Prefecture. It was hard to be sure, but that was all he could do for now. He hoped that his path was correct. Otherwise, he might be eliminated. It seemed that this wasn't just a competition of strength, but also a competition of luck. In addition, he had to obtain enough puppet cores. He didn't have enough puppet cores now. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was only 1/3 of the water above the giant hourglass shadow, and 2/3 below. On the side of the puppet underground palace, there was a very ancient altar. The altar stood tall in the darkness, as if it had been there since ancient times. At this time, a figure rushed over from afar. The flames were crimson, and an astonishing heat spread in all directions. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Vaguely, the flames seemed to condense into a pair of fire wings. Fierce Phoenix King. Fierce Phoenix King, the #1 prodigy of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, flew over at an astonishing speed and landed directly on the ancient altar. She waved her hand, and 18 puppet cores appeared and fell into the altar. Then, a ray of light appeared on the altar. The 3-colored light swirled rapidly and wrapped around Fierce Phoenix King's body. In the next moment, Fierce Phoenix King's body disappeared. She had left the puppet underground palace. In another place, a towering and steep mountain stood on the ground. Snow and ice danced, dyeing the mountain peak white. Heaven and earth were white. The snow was white and the chill was astonishing. At first glance, the steep mountain was thousands of feet high. At the foot of the mountain, altars were arranged side by side. At this moment, one of the altars lit up and a figure appeared. With a bang, flames shot up into the sky as if to burn everything. Then, the figure in flames walked out of the altar and quietly waited for the others to arrive. Chapter 14-15. 2 days later, there was not only one altar in the huge puppet underground palace, but a total of 5. Zhao Xingkong came to an altar, but he did not rush to take out the 18 puppet cores. Instead, he waited quietly. He stared at the huge, illusory hourglass in the sky and looked in the direction he had come from. Soon, 2 figures appeared. Zhao Xingkong's eyes narrowed slightly, but they soon returned to normal. They were the geniuses of the Mountain Flow Mansion, not the mystic underworld territory. Brother Zhao! Brother Zhao! The 2 of them were slightly surprised at first, but they soon called out to him. Oh, it's you. Have you got the puppet cores? Zhao Xingkong put his hands behind his back, looking proud. Yes, the 2 of them replied in unison. Very good. Now I have a task for you. Zhao Xingkong looked as if he was the ruler of the world. His eyes looked as if he was looking down on the world. However, the other 2 looked very respectful. Stay here and stop the country bumpkins from the mysterious underworld realm. Don't let them break through the puppet underground palace. Don't worry, Brother Zhao. With the two of us here, none of them can pass, one of them said immediately. That's right, Brother Zhao. Those who are not from the Mountain Flow Mansion will not be able to pass, the other person said. Yes. Although the two of you are not in the top 10, your combined strength is not weak. You can fight against the top 10. I believe you can do it. Zhao Xingkong nodded. He then took out 18 puppet cores and sprinkled them on the altar. Light appeared and wrapped around Zhao Xingkong, and he disappeared. They passed through the puppet underground palace. Between the snow-covered heaven and earth, one of the 5 altars suddenly lit up, and Zhao Xingkong appeared in it. As soon as Zhao Xingkong appeared, he quickly looked around and saw a figure with flames soaring into the sky. It was Fierce Phoenix King. His expression changed immediately because he saw another person. Su Mubai. Su Mubai had passed through the puppet underground palace before him. This was impossible. Zhao Xingkong seemed to have suffered a blow. Su Mubai, how did you get here? Zhao Xingkong asked a very stupid question in anger. I haven't seen you for a while. How did you become so stupid? Su Mubai retorted. Zhao Xingkong was infuriated. When he asked this question, he realized it himself. Of course, he had to pass through the puppet underground palace to get here. Otherwise, would the people from the Mountain Flow Mansion help Su Mubai cheat? Impossible. Even Zhao Xingkong did not have such a possibility, let alone a person from the mystic underworld realm. Of course, Zhao Xingkong knew that the other party had only reached this place after passing through the puppet underground palace. Even he wasn't that fast, so why was the other party so fast? The puppet underground palace would not be so easy for a first-timer. However, it was a fact that Su Mubai had rushed out of the puppet underground palace earlier than him and reached the second stage. Su Mubai ignored Zhao Xingkong. Zhao Xingkong was someone he had defeated before. Even if he had only barely managed to defeat Zhao Xingkong by one move, his strength had increased over the past few days. As such, Su Mubai no longer considered Zhao Xingkong an opponent. Blazing Phoenix King. Only Blazing Phoenix King could be his opponent. Su Mubai's eyes flickered with darkness like a whirlpool as he stared at Fierce Phoenix King. It was not the passion and love between a man and a woman, but the will to fight. Fierce Phoenix King only glanced at Su Mubai and ignored him. It was unknown if he did not consider Su Mubai an opponent or if there were other reasons. Inside the puppet underground palace. I'm still missing an ice soul core, but I have an extra flame soul core, Chen Zong muttered to himself. A total of 18 puppet cores were required to pass through the puppet underground palace. In terms of quantity, Chen Zong had already met the requirements, but other than quantity, there was also a requirement for attribute. There were 6 flame soul cores, ice soul cores, and storm soul cores. Currently, Chen Zong had 7 flame soul cores, 6 storm soul cores, and 5 ice soul cores. No way. More than 2 days had passed, and the deadline of 3 days was not far away. If he could not find the last ice soul core, he would not be able to pass through the puppet underground palace and would be completely cut off from the Mystic Yuan Sage meeting. The next time would be 100 years later. With his cultivation speed, not only would he reach the Saint Rudiment stage in 100 years, but he would also most likely surpass the 4th level Saint Rudiment stage. Although he would reach the Saint Rudiment stage sooner or later regardless of whether he participated in the Mystic Yuan Sage meeting, and his achievements in the Saint Rudiment stage would not be low in the future, the outcome would be different whether he had the opportunity or not. With a good opportunity, his foundation would be more solid, and he would obtain more. His potential and strength would be more powerful among those of the same level. That was why cultivators had to compete for all kinds of opportunities and constantly improve themselves in all aspects. Only in this way could he become stronger, walk further, and cultivate to a higher level. Therefore, Chen Zong would not give up until the time was up. He had to work hard to find the last ice soul core. In the process of searching, Chen Zong encountered Fierce Hu Shan. As a peerless genius ranked 8th on the dark list in the mysterious underworld territory, Fierce Hu Shan's strength was extremely tyrannical. Fierce Hu Shan was dressed in black and red armor, looking very domineering. He held a dark red long saber in both hands. The upper part of the saber was narrow, while the lower part was wider. It was much longer than an ordinary saber. Traces of tyrannical aura spread out from the saber. It was incomparably blazing, as if it had been merged with a terrifying flame, like magma. The three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were fighting with Fierce Hu Shan. Each of them was powerful, and with their combined strength, they were able to resist Fierce Hu Shan's saber. The three of them had not obtained enough puppet cores, but they were not far behind. Based on the situation and the remaining time, they knew that the chances of the three of them passing the puppet underground palace were not high. After all, puppets were not easy to find, and they did not know how long it would take to gather all of them. Therefore, they had other ideas. That was to intercept the people from the mysterious underworld territory on one of the correct routes, injure them, and snatch their puppet cores. In this way, they would be able to obtain more puppet cores and pass the puppet underground palace. Secondly, they would prevent the people from the mysterious underworld territory from passing the puppet underground palace, and the quota would go to the Mountain Flow Mansion. Killing two birds with one stone. It was a brilliant plan. The three geniuses were ranked 11th, 12th, and 13th in the Mountain Flow Mansion. They were even stronger than those ranked 11th to 13th on the dark list in the mysterious underworld territory. The three of them had to join forces to contend with Fierce Hu Shan. However, although the three of them were not weak, it was impossible for them to defeat Fierce Hu Shan. Fierce Hu Shan's strength was terrifying. With the long saber in hand, there was almost no defense. He slashed out one saber after another, as if he was using all of his strength. The power of each strike was terrifying, like the eruption of a volcano that could destroy the heavens and the earth. From the saber technique, one could tell that Fierce Hu Shan's fighting style was mainly violent. Under Fierce Hu Shan's long saber, the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion could barely hold on even if they joined forces. Chen Zong's arrival was noticed by the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion and Fierce Hu Shan. "Chen Zong, please help me," Fierce Hu Shan said directly. He did not feel embarrassed asking for help from Chen Zong just because he was a peerless genius ranked 8th on the dark list. Chen Zong was slightly startled. He was a little surprised. Chen Zong didn't plan to interfere when he saw Fierce Tiger Mountain fighting. Some people were very prideful, and if he rashly interfered, not only would he not receive the other party's gratitude, it would also make Chen Zong unhappy. If he was narrow-minded, he might even hate him for meddling in other people's business. However, since Fierce Hu Shan had asked Chen Zong to help, Chen Zong naturally would not refuse. Fierce Hu Shan was very talented and powerful. It was said that he had a generous personality and was very friendly to cultivators from small families and itinerant cultivators. Chen Zong could tell that although the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were very strong, they could only barely hold on against Fierce Hu Shan's attack. If this continued, they would be defeated. However, there was not much time left before the puppet underground palace closed. Chen Zong did not use his most powerful attack. Instead, he used his half-step sword intent to perform blood spurt. With such power, he would not be a match for any of the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion in a one-on-one battle. However, Fierce Hu Shan was their biggest threat now. Therefore, Chen Zong only needed to use a powerful enough attack to break the balance between the three of them. Blood spurt. The blood-red light tore through the sky like lightning. The sharpness of the half-step sword intent was very shocking. The geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion who were targeted by Chen Zong had no choice but to divert some of their energy to deal with this attack. Otherwise, they would be injured. Fierce Hu Shan's eyes flashed. It was as if there were blazing magma spewing out of them. He could tell that Chunzong's attack was very powerful. Moreover, he had mastered the half-step sword intent. It was very terrifying. Moreover, the timing of that attack was very clever. Boom! Fierce Hushan took advantage of this opportunity to attack. He slashed at the air with a trace of terrifying and domineering sharpness. Half-step saber intent. Fierce Hushan had also mastered the half-step saber intent. When this saber slashed out, the dark red saber light was like a sudden eruption of volcanic magma. It was extremely terrifying and unstoppable. Compared to Chunzong's sword, it was unknown how much stronger it was. The Mountain Flow Mansion's genius's expressions changed drastically. However, this attack had a unique grasp of timing and was shockingly powerful. If the three of them joined forces and unleashed their full power, they might have a chance to block it. However, Chunzong's exquisite attack had directly drawn the power of one of them. They could not block it. Even if they unleashed their full power, they could not block it. Under the terrifying attack of Fierce Hushan, the three geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were instantly defeated. They were all injured and spat out blood. Fierce Hushan took a step forward like the king of tigers descending the mountain. His aura was extremely powerful. It turned into an extremely shocking spiritual attack, causing the three geniuses' expressions to change drastically again. The second attack. The saber slashed horizontally. It was as if 1,000 soldiers were splitting an army. It directly sent the three of them flying. They crashed into the wall and spat out blood. If Fierce Hushan wanted to kill them, it would be enough to kill them. Due to the rule of not killing, the three of them were able to survive. They were defeated and heavily injured. Their puppet cores were also taken by Fierce Hushan. Brother Chun, do you still need a puppet core? Fierce Hushan asked. One ice soul core, Chunzong said. Chapter 14:16. The altar was ancient and emitted a profound light. 5 Mountain Flow Mansion prodigies were standing in front of the altar. They were chatting while keeping an eye on the water. They were here to prevent others from entering the altar and passing through the puppet underground palace. At this point, it didn't matter whether it was the mystic underworld territory or the Mountain Flow Mansion. After all, it was a competition. The fewer people who passed through the puppet underground palace, the easier it would be for Sky Peak to capture the flag. Of course, it would be different if the people from the mystic underworld territory were here. After Chunzong met Hu Lizhan, the two of them worked together and quickly moved forward according to the pattern of 2 to the left and 4 to the right. After that, they met another genius from the mystic nether realm, Fang Xiaohan, who was ranked 21st on the netherworld ranking. Fang Xiaohan wasn't weak and had some tricks up her sleeve. She had obtained enough puppet cores and was on her way to an altar. After the three of them exchanged information, they speculated that there was more than one correct route. There were at least 3, but they weren't sure how many there were. The three of them worked together to better deal with any situation. Someone else is here. One of the 5 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion said. Instantly, the other 4 opened their eyes, which emitted a sharp, cold light. Then, they became excited. They had been waiting here for 4 to 6 hours. If it weren't for the people from the mystic underworld territory, they would have already passed through the puppet underground palace and entered the second stage. Our mission is complete once we cripple the 3 of them, one of the 5 said. Then, he and the other 4 smiled maliciously. Chunzong and the other 2 also saw the 5 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion and revealed a cold look. Go! Hu Lizhan said directly. His voice was deep and forceful, with a hint of dominance. Immediately after, a terrifying aura erupted from Hu Lieshan's body. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. His aura was incomparably shocking. In the eyes of the 5 sky prides of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, Hu Lieshan's figure disappeared and was replaced by a giant tiger. The tiger's entire body was dark red, and there were pitch-black patterns on its body. It looked like a ferocious demonic tiger that had just charged out of hell. It was ferocious, and its aura alone was enough to make the 5 Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies' hair stand on end. The dark red saber, which was longer than a normal saber, suddenly slashed down from above. It looked like the sharp claws of the huge demonic tiger, which directly tore through the sky. At the same time, Chun Zong unsheathed his sword. His sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it an astonishing sharpness. Half-step sword intent. Blood splattered from the sword. The power of such a sword strike was terrifying. It could be ranked in the top 20 on the dark ranking in the mysterious underworld territory. The silver spear in Fang Xiaohan's hand trembled, and the spear seemed to become flexible. It was like the body of a spirit snake, but it was also as tyrannical as a flood dragon. The silver spear brought about a dazzling light, and as the spear tip trembled, it was as if countless cold stars were blooming in the night sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. Streaks of cold stars pierced through the sky and shot out. Fang Xiaohan was very powerful, but she had yet to comprehend a half-step Dao intent. Chun Zong guessed that only the top 10 prodigies on the dark ranking could comprehend and grasp a half-step Dao intent. As for how much of the half-step Dao intent they had grasped, it was unknown. Other than that, they were also very strong in other aspects. For example, the level of their cultivation technique. For example, their martial arts attainments. For example, their auxiliary cultivation techniques or other secret technique. In some aspects, Chun Zong was still lacking. After all, his cultivation environment and inheritance couldn't be compared to these prodigies. When the 3 of them attacked, the 5 Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies scattered and counterattacked. One was against Fang Xiaohan, one was against Chun Zong, and the other 3 were against Fierce Tiger Mountain. This was because they could see that Fierce Tiger Mountain was the strongest. His terrifying aura seemed to have condensed into reality. This kind of strength had only been seen among the top 10 prodigies of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. In other words, this person had the terrifying strength of a top 10 prodigy. A fierce battle immediately began. Chun Zong's opponent also used a sword, and his sword technique was very strong. When he attacked with his sword, a golden sword light pierced through the sky like a golden light. It was as swift as a meteor, and its penetrative power was extremely shocking. It was a very advanced sword technique, and its power was extremely shocking. It seemed to be able to penetrate everything between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Nothing could stop it. This made Chun Zong's heart tremble, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. He could conclude that this person was definitely not low among the Mountain Flow Prefecture prodigies. Perhaps he was in the top 20. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made him feel so threatened. However, such a sword expert was suitable to be his whetstone. Fang Xiaohan's opponent used both hands and wore a pair of pitch-black gloves. It was extremely terrifying. The battle was extremely intense. Qi overflowed and rushed in all directions. Sword qi and saber light were shocking. Chun Zong fought with his half-step sword intent and wasn't at a disadvantage at all. After exchanging blows, Chun Zong had a deeper understanding of his opponent's sword technique. A mid-grade saint-level sword technique. His opponent was using a mid-grade saint-level sword technique, and he had also cultivated it to the small success stage. It was very pure and close to the great success stage. This meant that his opponent was very talented in sword techniques and had spent a lot of energy and time on this sword technique. Perhaps he had already cultivated it for several years. Chun Zong's guess was right. This person had obtained this sword technique 2 or 3 years ago and started cultivating it. With the guidance of the elders in his sect, he was able to cultivate it to the small success stage and close to the great success stage in 2 or 3 years. However, Chen Zong didn't expect that he couldn't defeat his opponent or even suppress him with the full power of his sword technique. 60% half-step sword intent. Blood-splattering sword. When the half-step sword intent was raised to 60%, the power of blood-splattering sword was increased by more than 20%, almost 30%. With such an obvious increase, the sword slashed out, and the blood light was as fast and violent as a thunderbolt, destroying everything. The golden sword light shattered in an instant, and the sword slammed into his opponent's body. Terrifying sword chi surged endlessly. The strength of the gilded mountain sword, which weighed 150,000 kilograms, was even more shocking. It made his opponent feel as if his body was about to be smashed into powder. As he retreated, he took a few steps back. Every step he took seemed to shatter the extremely hard ground. However, the ground of the puppet underground palace was extremely hard. Therefore, every step he took produced an extremely strong rebounding force, which made the Mountain Flow Mansion's genius feet numb. Chen Zong took a step forward, and his second sword slashed out. Blood-splattering sword. Although this sword technique hadn't been cultivated to the small success stage, it was still very powerful under the 60% half-step sword intent. Moreover, his opponent was injured. When the sword slashed out, the blood light directly swallowed his opponent's body. The extremely terrifying power bombarded his opponent's body from all directions, and he was sent flying again. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and rolled on the ground. His limbs were spread out, and he fell limply to the ground. He wasn't dead, but his injuries were definitely not light. He had lost the ability to continue fighting. Chen Zong didn't stop. He immediately turned around, and an extremely terrifying power surged from his waist. The gilded mountain sword was like an ancient ferocious beast that had awakened, and it blasted out with a terrifying force towards Fang Xiaohan's opponent. Fang Xiaohan was fighting fiercely with her opponent. When Chen Zong's sword arrived, the Mountain Flow Mansion's genius expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to deal with it. However, Fang Xiaohan seized the opportunity and slashed out with her spear like a shooting star. In an instant, the Mountain Flow Mansion's genius was injured and defeated. Then, Chen Zong and Fang Xiaohan attacked the other 3 Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses. The result was undoubtedly that the 5 Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses were all defeated and severely injured. Their puppet cores were naturally taken by Chen Zong and the others, so they had no hope of passing through the puppet underground palace. "It's not time yet. Let's wait," Hu Laizhan said. "If there are more geniuses from the mystic underworld territory who arrive before the time is up and lack puppet cores, we can give them to them." Chen Zong and Fang Xiaohan didn't object. After all, it didn't matter if they passed the puppet underground palace faster or slower. As long as they passed it within the time limit, it would be fine. The 3 of them waited while adjusting their breathing. They also paid attention to the passage of time. About 2 hours later, some Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses arrived. They were defeated and injured by the 3 of them, and all their puppet cores were taken away. However, none of the mystic underworld territory's geniuses arrived. "Let's go," Hu Laizhan said, letting Fang Xiaohan and Chen Zong enter first. Fang Xiaohan was the weakest, so she entered first. Then, Chen Zong entered, and finally, Hu Laizhan entered. At the foot of the snow mountain, one of the altars suddenly flickered with light, and a figure appeared. It was Fang Xiaohan. Fang Xiaohan's body shrank slightly because of the chill in the air. She immediately circulated her cultivation method to dispel the chill. At the same time, she stepped out of the altar. Seeing Fang Xiaohan, the mystic underworld territory's geniuses were delighted, while the Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses were gloomy. Then, the altar lit up again, and Chen Zong's figure appeared. All eyes fell on Chen Zong and locked onto him. Chen Zong's physique was shockingly strong, and his qi and blood were extremely vigorous. Therefore, although the chill here was shocking, it didn't affect Chen Zong at all. Since Hu Lai's Han didn't appear, Chen Zong immediately walked down the altar. Then, the altar lit up again, and Hu Lieshan's figure appeared. 3 geniuses from the mystic underworld territory had appeared in a row. Naturally, the mystic underworld territory's geniuses were overjoyed. On the other hand, the Mountain Flow Mansion's geniuses were so gloomy that they almost froze. Especially Zhao Xingkong, his eyes were like knives. If they could kill, Chen Zong and the other 2 would have been dismembered. Previously, Zhao Xingkong had said that the mystic underworld territory would at most get 3 places. Although the second stage, the Capture the Flag on the Heavenly Peak, had not yet begun, there were more than 20 geniuses from the mystic underworld territory who had passed the first stage, the Puppet Underground Palace, which was only 10 less than the Mountain Flow Mansion's 30 geniuses. The more people there were, the more competitive the second stage would be, and the greater the pressure on the Mountain Flow Mansion's side. Zhao Xingkong was in a terrible mood. He wanted to kill everyone from the mystic underworld territory. The other geniuses from the Mountain Flow Mansion were also in a bad mood. Chapter 14-17. Snowflakes fell from the sky, swirling in the air and covering the earth. The 5 altars would light up from time to time, and people would emerge from the altars. When it was someone from the Mountain Flow Mansion, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion would be delighted. When it was a prodigy from the mystic underworld territory, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion would be enraged. Time passed slowly, and the 3-day deadline was approaching. There were more than 60 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion, and more than 30 from the mystic underworld territory. One after another, the Puppet Underground Palace was about to close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Puppet Underground Palace closed. No. A few prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion had collected enough puppet cores and were rushing to the altars at full speed. However, the altars gradually became blurry in front of them. After 3 breaths, the altars completely disappeared, leaving them with nothing. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. They were furious. Just a little bit more, and they would have been able to break out of the Puppet Underground Palace. It was just a little bit of time difference. 100 prodigies. There were 100 prodigies at the foot of the majestic snowy mountain. 75 prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion. 35 prodigies from the mystic underworld territory. There were 40 more prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion than the mystic underworld territory, more than double. However, the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion were not happy at all. After all, this was the territory of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, their territory. Furthermore, they had undergone similar training before, so they had the advantage. Moreover, they had a total of 200 people, which was almost 100 more than the realm of mystic underworld. An extra 40 prodigies would not be enough to crush the mystic underworld territory. However, they could only crush the mystic underworld territory in the second stage. Zhao Xingkong had already gathered all the prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion to come up with a plan. As for the Blazing Phoenix King, he did not participate. The second stage, Capture the Flag for Sky Peak. There is no time limit. It will end when all 30 flags are uprooted. A majestic voice rang out, as though it came from the heavens. Before all the flags are uprooted, you can snatch the flags that others have. Remember, you cannot kill anyone, or you will be eliminated immediately. Those who have already obtained a flag are not allowed to attack or hand it to others. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Rules. It was very clear. All 100 people heard the voice and understood the rules. The snow mountain was thousands of feet high. Such a height was naturally very high in the eyes of an ordinary person. Nobody knew how long it would take to climb it. However, it wasn't a big deal for a semi-sage expert. He could easily reach the summit in a short time. In this way, seizing the flag on this heavenly peak doesn't seem to be too difficult, right? Was that really the case? I hereby announce that the second stage, the battle for the flag, has begun. As the godlike voice rang out, the 100 Heaven's favorites all burst into action and charged towards the snowy mountain at an astonishing speed. Snow mountain. No path. There was a thick layer of white snow. Snowflakes continued to fall, thickening the layer of snow. Blazing Phoenix King was the fastest. It was as if he had a pair of fiery wings, and in the blink of an eye, he had left everyone behind. Wherever he passed, the snow melted into water vapor, and the thick snow on the ground also left behind a trail of melting, like a gurgling stream. But in an instant, it was covered by snowflakes and turned into snow. Fast. Blazing Phoenix King's speed was indescribably fast. Even with Chen Zong's amazing eyesight, he could only see a streak of red light rushing towards the snowy mountain. Blazing Phoenix King's speed was more than 50% faster than his own. If he were to fight against an enemy, he would be defeated or even killed. Semi-Sage level. How could there be such a terrifying person in the Semi-Sage level? However, Chen Zong didn't feel afraid. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement. There was someone in the Semi-Sage level who could reach such a level. This meant that he had the chance to reach such a level, or even surpass. Go, go, go. Using his movement technique, Chen Zong was as swift as a flash of light. As soon as he rushed into the snowy mountain, he felt his body sink. He immediately felt something different. Pressure. An invisible pressure came from all directions and pressed on his body. Moreover, it was extremely cold. The cold air penetrated his body and seemed to freeze his chi, blood, and semi-sage power. Whether it was his chi, blood, or semi-sage power, the operating speed was reduced by half. His limbs were numb, which obviously affected his speed. He wasn't the only one affected. The others were affected as well. Chen Zong was even more shocked. Blazing Phoenix King didn't seem to be affected at all. If he could still explode with such amazing speed while being affected, it could only mean that Blazing Phoenix King's true speed was even more amazing. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. As Su Mubai's figure drifted, it seemed as if he was shuttling through the cracks in the void. It felt unreal, like a white shadow that seemed to have merged with the snowy mountain. However, if one looked closely, there seemed to be a hint of darkness flickering within. It was pitch black, so dark that it was deep. Zhao Xingkong was also very fast, like a cold star breaking through the sky. He was almost at the same level as Su Mubai. Moreover, his power was amazing. He had the shocking determination to surpass Su Mubai. The Blazing Phoenix King was the fastest, followed by Su Mubai and Zhao Xingkong, who were almost at the same level. Following them were the peerless geniuses of the Mountain Flow Mansion and the Mystic Nether Realm, who were ranked in the top 10. Blazing Phoenix King was in the first echelon. He was alone. Su Mubai and Zhao Xingkong were in the second echelon. There were more than a dozen geniuses in the top 10. They were in the third echelon. Chen Zong was in the fourth echelon. Then there was the fifth echelon. Rumble. It was as if the sleeping snow mountain god had been awakened by the commotion. In an instant it exploded with a towering rage. That rage caused the snow mountain to tremble. The thick layer of snow was shaken and tumbled in an instant. It was like a wave that came crashing down from the sky. The roar became sharper and sharper. It was like a huge wave swooping down. At first, it was weak, but it quickly grew stronger and stronger. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The entire snowy mountain shook violently. Avalanche. Mega avalanche. The avalanche of this snowy mountain was different from the avalanches of ordinary snowy mountains. They were two different concepts. Under the terrifying avalanche, the originally astonishing pressure more than doubled in an instant. As the avalanche grew stronger, it gradually increased, as if it was going to drown and destroy everyone. Terrifying beyond compare. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The first to bear the brunt was Fierce Phoenix King. An extremely loud cry resounded through the sky. Then, the fire on Fierce Phoenix King's body seemed to explode in all directions. It spread out to 10 meters and condensed into an extremely noble fire phoenix phantom. The blazing fire was monstrous, and the extremely hot aura seemed to be able to burn the mountains and boil the sea. It did not stop at all. It was extremely brazen. Under the 10-meter-tall fire phoenix, Fierce Phoenix King rushed out with an incomparably astonishing aura. It was as if he was going to compete with the Mega Avalanche. The Mega Avalanche was the power of nature. It was extremely terrifying and majestic. No human could resist it. However, at this moment, Fierce Phoenix King wanted to challenge it and fight it head-on. One had to admit that Fierce Phoenix King's willpower was extremely strong and terrifying. This made everyone admire him, whether it was the geniuses of the Mountain Flow Prefecture or the mystic underworld territory. This person must have a bloodline, Chen Zong thought to himself. Moreover, it was even more amazing than a high-grade bloodline. Could it be a transcendent bloodline? Chen Zong did not know what a transcendent bloodline was like, but he had heard that it was very powerful. It was far superior to a high-grade bloodline and belonged to two different levels. It was like the gap between the half-saint realm and the saint realm. If Fierce Phoenix King had a transcendent bloodline, it would make sense for him to have such strength. In an instant, Fierce Phoenix King collided with the Mega Avalanche. In an instant, the 10-meter-tall fire phoenix seemed to be extinguished. The power of the Mega Avalanche was too strong. But the Fierce Phoenix King suddenly spread its wings, and in an instant it burst out with all its blazing heat, as if it could burn the world and everything. Boom! The sound of the explosion was extremely shocking. Countless snowflakes were blown up, turning into white smoke and dissipating. Go! Like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Fierce Phoenix King faced the terrifying power of the Mega Avalanche and rushed straight up with the blazing flames. It seemed that even the anger of the mountain god could not stop her will. In the blink of an eye, Fierce Phoenix King's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only the boundless white snow waves rolled down. It was powerful and domineering, as if it had come from ancient times and swept across the world. Chen Zong felt that the avalanches he had seen in the past were like small snakes compared to giant pythons. They were not on the same level at all. For no reason, a trace of fear grew in the depths of his heart. It was as if the terrifying power of the Mega Avalanche would swallow, crush, and destroy his body. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's eyes flashed. Like a sharp sword being unsheathed, the extreme sharpness shattered the trace of fear in his heart in an instant. With a powerful soul and astonishing will, as well as half-step sword intent, Chen Zong could better resist the invasion of the outer evils. Fear and fear were one of the outer evils. However, not everyone had Chen Zong's ability. There were only a few who had extremely fast reactions. Su Mubai and Zhao Xingkong's figures moved at the same time, and they exploded with their own abilities. Su Mubai's body was filled with a layer of light that seemed to be white and black at the same time. The black and white seemed to be constantly rotating, and his body became more and more ethereal. He took a step forward, and it seemed as if he was shuttling through the void. Layers of ripples spread out as he faced the Mega Avalanche. On the other hand, an extremely terrifying sharpness spread out from Zhao Xingkong's body. The sharpness carried a boundless aura as if it came from ancient times, and it seemed as if it could tear the sky apart. Boom! 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 An extremely terrifying golden sword light soared into the sky from Jian Lingxiao, the peerless genius who was ranked second on the Netherworld ranking. It seemed as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth, and it was extremely shocking. From the extremely terrifying golden sword light, Chen Zong felt the aura of half-step sword intent. The sharpness was sharp and limitless. Chen Zong concluded that what Jian Lingxiao had comprehended was most likely not the basic sword Dao intent. It was at least the intermediate sword Dao intent. At the same level, an intermediate sword Dao intent was more powerful than a basic sword Dao intent. Chapter 14:18. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The avalanche rolled, and a huge wave of snow fell from the sky, destroying everything and extinguishing all life. The blazing Phoenix King had already rushed to the peak of the mountain, while Zhao Xingkong and Su Mubai also displayed their abilities and rushed up. The peerless geniuses in the third echelon all erupted with astonishing power and rushed up with irresistible force. Chen Zong was in the fourth echelon. The geniuses in the fourth echelon were all powerful enough to rank in the top 20. Among them, Chen Zong was the best. The sharpness seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart, and it also carried an indescribable profoundness and mystery. It seemed to originate from the deepest part of one's heart, and it was extremely precise. With the geniuses in the first three echelons taking the lead, the pressure on the people behind them was much less. Otherwise, if Chen Zong was the first to bear the brunt of the avalanche, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. Too powerful. This was the might of the heavens and earth, the might of nature, and it was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong felt a kind of collapse, destruction from it. However, there was no time for Chen Zong to comprehend it properly. Dao intent originated from nature and the heavens and earth. Comprehending nature and the heavens and earth would help in comprehending Dao intent. If the conditions allowed, Chen Zong would definitely stop and comprehend it properly. He might even be able to master another half-step Dao intent, and his strength would increase greatly. Even if he couldn't directly master a half-step Dao intent, he could deepen his accumulation and lay a more solid foundation for mastering a half-step Dao intent or even Dao intent in the future. Unfortunately, it was time to pass, and there was no time to delay. Obtaining the qualifications to participate in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly was more important than comprehending at this moment. Cultivators had to know how to distinguish between priority and secondary. If they didn't distinguish clearly, most of the time, cultivation would be useless and take a detour. Fearless, unstoppable, charge, charge, charge. Not only did Chen Zong have to charge up and go against the avalanche, but he also had to do his best to surpass the others. Otherwise, he might be eliminated. After all, there were only 30 flags in the battle for the flag, and there were more than 20 people in front of him. If he was slightly careless, his flag would be taken away by others, causing him to be eliminated. 70% half-step sword intent. With his full strength, Chen Zong's speed increased again. His entire body was filled with incomparable sharpness. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed, tearing the world apart. He leaped over a person. He passed by 2 people. Chen Zong's speed continued to increase. At this moment, his strong physique also played an amazing role. Not only did it allow Chen Zong to better withstand the shocking coldness of the Great Snow Mountain, but it also provided him with more endurance and explosive power. It was full of energy. Seeing that they had been overtaken by Chen Zong, the Sky Pride's expressions changed. Then, each of them unleashed an even stronger attack. Charge. This was a struggle against the heavens and earth, against others, and against oneself. They were fighting for opportunities and the general trend. The general trend was irresistible. Chen Zong was fearless and invulnerable. The half-step sword intent continued to clash. Chen Zong was keenly aware that his half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword Dao intent. It was closely related to the heart and the sword. If the heart was fearless, the sword would be invincible. In this way, he could better hone his half-step sword intent and improve it. Charge. Gradually, Chunzong approached the third echelon and left the fourth echelon in the dust. Under the avalanche, no one could divert their attention to deal with others. Therefore, they could only watch as Chunzong overtook them. If they made a move, they could cause trouble for Chunzong, but they would also be affected by the avalanche's power because of their distraction. They might even fall down. The power of the avalanche seemed to be endless, destroying everything. At this moment, Fierce Phoenix King, who was in the lead, had already approached the peak. There were 33-meter-long flags placed on the frozen peak. They were flying with the avalanche's momentum and the strong wind, as if they were about to soar into the sky. A fiery light soared into the sky, like a fiery phoenix rushing out of the source of the avalanche. In an instant, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and its speed doubled to the extreme. It flew past, and one of the flags was missing. Fierce Phoenix King stood on the peak of the snow mountain, holding a fiery red flag. It fluttered in the wind, looking valiant and heroic. This scene seemed to last forever. After about a dozen breaths, two figures rushed out of the avalanche and headed straight for the two flags. The banners were Su Mubai and Zhao Shinkong. With their strength, there was no doubt that the Sky Peak would seize the flag. They would definitely get a spot. Moreover, no one would compete with them for the flag. Charge! 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 Figures broke out of the snow. In an instant, the pressure was reduced, and their speed increased. They all turned into streams of light and shot toward the flags. Suddenly, the Sky Prides of the Mountain Flow Mansion attacked the Sky Prides of the Mystic Nether Territory, trying to interfere with them from seizing the flags. The sudden turn of events put the Sky Prides of the Mystic Nether Realm at a disadvantage. The Sky Prides of the Mountain Flow Mansion were outnumbered. However, Su Mubai, who had already obtained the flag, was not allowed to interfere. Unless someone came to seize his flag, they could only rely on themselves to deal with it. Attack! Counterattack! In an instant, shocking forces collided in the air above the peak of the snow mountain. It was as if they could tear everything apart. Clash! Fierce battle! At the same time, Chunzong also broke out of the snow. He was like a sharp sword that swept across the sky. With a slash of his sword, a boundless sword radiance filled the air. It covered the sky and the earth. You're courting death. One of the Sky Prides of the Mountain Flow Mansion immediately attacked Chunzong. A chaotic battle unfolded on the peak of the mountain. The shocking wind and snow mixed with a terrifying force blasted out in all directions as if it was going to shatter everything. The Fierce Phoenix King, Zhao Shinkong, and Su Mubai merely watched. Zhao Shinkong wanted to attack and defeat all the Sky Prides of the Mystic Nether Territory so that they would not be able to seize the flag. In that case, only Su Mubai would be able to seize the flag. However, he could not do that. If he did, it would mean that he had given up on the flag. The flag could not be given up unless it was seized by someone else. If he gave up on the flag, it would mean that he had given up on his qualification. Zhao Shinkong was anxious as he watched. He could only hope that the Sky Prides of the Mountain Flow Mansion would work harder and prevent the Sky Prides of the Mystic Nether Territory from seizing the flag. However, Zhao Shinkong's hope was just wishful thinking. Not long after, a second Sky Pride from the Mystic Nether Territory seized a flag. However, as soon as he seized the flag, the Sky Prides of the Mountain Flow Mansion immediately rushed over in an attempt to seize it. In the chaotic battle, Chunzong's figure kept changing. In an instant, 3 figures appeared. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. They rushed in 3 different directions. It was the illusory Luo 9 transformation. The 3 figures could be real or fake. As long as they were within a certain range, Chunzong could freely switch between his real body. It was very ingenious. However, if the distance was too long, it would not work. The 3 figures rushed toward the 3 flags that were closer to each other. They were within 300 meters of Chunzong's illusory Luo 9 transformation. Child's play. One of the sky prides of the mountain flow mansion shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, 3 terrifying palm prints blasted out. It was as if they could shatter a mountain. Chunzong felt suffocated. Slash! Huaizhan noticed this and immediately swung his saber. The 3 extremely terrifying saber lights were incomparably blazing. It was as if the violent magma of a volcano had been compressed and erupted. They struck the 3 palm prints and directly disintegrated the pressure on Chunzong. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong immediately grabbed a flag. However, he did not feel happy at all. This was because there were still 7 flags that had not been uprooted. This meant that the flag in his hand was not stable enough. Someone would come and seize it. As expected, 2 streams of light immediately approached him. They were the 2 sky prides of the mountain flow mansion. The 2 of them flanked him from the left and right. They were extremely fast, and their expressions were cold. Missed. Chunzong's expression was serious. He unleashed his 70% half-step sword intent and even performed his own unique skill. As he swung his sword, the sword light disappeared and turned into wisps of faint golden mist. They instantly split into 2 and attacked the 2 sky prides of the mountain flow mansion. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. The 2 sky prides of the mountain flow mansion were shocked. They immediately used all their strength to defend themselves, but they were defeated. When the faint golden mist landed on their bodies, it was as if it was going to cut them into pieces. However, this move was split into 2, so its power decreased significantly. In addition, the 2 sky prides of the mountain flow mansion were also very strong. They had used all their strength to defend themselves, so they did not die. However, they were still seriously injured. The terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in their bodies, as if it was going to cut them apart. Chunzong grabbed a flag and quickly retreated. He executed his movement technique to the extreme. Alternating between the 100 Shadows 100 Illusions movement technique and the illusory Net 9 transformation technique, Chunzong's movement technique became even more profound. Huaizhan also grabbed a flag and executed his movement technique. He did not come into contact with the sky prides of the mountain flow mansion. With the flag in his hand, Jian Lingxiao seemed to be rooted to the ground. His entire body was filled with an extremely shocking sharpness, as if he could pierce through everything. He was a peerless sky pride who ranked second on the Netherworld leaderboard. Even in the mountain flow mansion, he could be ranked in the top 3. At this moment, the top 3 from the mountain flow mansion had already obtained their flags. Naturally, he would not attack Jian Lingxiao. At this moment, a sky pride of the mountain flow mansion approached Jian Lingxiao from behind, intending to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, a golden sword ray flashed past and bloomed in front of his eyes. Immediately after, his entire body seemed to have been cut in half. He flew backward and spat out blood continuously. If not for the fact that killing was prohibited, he would have been cut into 2 halves. Terrifying. Brutal. No one dared to attack Jian Lingxiao again. Zhao Xingkong's face darkened. At this moment, 7 flags had already fallen into the hands of the sky prides of the mystic underworld territory. The 8th flag. The 9th flag. The 10th flag. The more flags there were, the uglier Zhao Xingkong's expression became. The 11th flag. When the 11th flag fell into the hands of a sky pride of the mystic underworld territory, the last flag was also taken by a sky pride of the mountain flow mansion. Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had faced many sky prides of the mountain flow mansion, and the pressure had increased greatly. He could not fight back and could only use his movement technique to dodge. Now that all 30 flags had been taken, he was able to keep the flag in his hand. In other words, He had obtained a spot in the Mountain Flow Mansion's prefectural tournament and advanced to participate in the state tournament. Chapter 1419. The first round of the Mountain Flow Mansion Prefecture Tournament, the Puppet Underground Palace, and the second round, the Sky Peak Capture the Flag, had come to an end. Out of the 200 Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, 19 Sky Prides from the Mystic Underworld Territory, and 11 Sky Prides from the Mystic Underworld Territory, respectively. Inside the simple and crude Xianming Garden, the people of the mysterious Underworld Territory were overjoyed, especially the experts from the mysterious Underworld Territory. 11 Sky Prides. Regardless of what happened in the future, winning 11 Sky Prides in the Prefecture Tournament was already a very good thing. The Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion had some advantages in the 2 rounds of the Prefecture Tournament, but the Sky Prides from the Mystic Underworld Territory were at a disadvantage. Despite being at a disadvantage, the Sky Prides from the Mystic Underworld Territory were still able to win 11 Sky Prides. Although it was not as good as the 19 Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, it was still a good thing. At the beginning, the Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion had wanted them to win less than 3 Sky Prides. 11 Sky Prides was far more than 3. Good, good, good. Not bad, not bad. However, don't be complacent. The experts all said to the 11 Sky Prides. The 11 Sky Prides were the top 10 Sky Prides on the dark roll. It was expected that they would win the Sky Prides. After all, they were the strongest among the 108 Sky Prides on the dark roll. In the end, the 11th person who obtained the quota surprised them. Chernzong. Chernzong's ranking on the dark roll was not high. It was really shocking and unbelievable that he had won a Sky Pride, especially the Sky Prides ranked 11th, 12th, and so on. They could not believe that Chernzong had won a Sky Prides, which they could not even win with their own strength. What a lucky bastard. Someone was very unhappy. Elders, I have a suggestion. At this moment, one of the Sky Prides, Sima Li from the Sima family, suddenly said, "It's a good thing that Chernzong has won a Sky Prides. However, I feel that there was a lot of luck involved. Chernzong's strength might not be enough. If he participates in the Prefecture Tournament, he might be eliminated immediately. That would be a pity. Therefore, I suggest that Chernzong give his Sky Prides to the strongest Sky Pride." Upon hearing this, Chernzong's expression turned slightly serious. Some people's eyes lit up as they were tempted. "Chernzong, don't think that I'm targeting you. This is the general trend. Only those who are strong enough can win glory for the mysterious Nether Realm." Sima Li looked at Chernzong with a smile on his face. He spoke frankly with assurance, as if he was considering the big picture. Chernzong didn't say anything. Instead, he observed carefully. He found that there were indeed some cultivators who were thinking, which meant that they were somewhat tempted. "Chernzong, what do you think?" At this time, an expert from the Sima family stared at Chernzong and asked. "I obtained this slot with my own ability, so it belongs to me." Chernzong responded very directly. His eyes flashed and were extremely sharp, as if they could pierce through everything like sword light. "Why should I give it to someone else?" "That's because he's stronger than you." The expert from the Sima family had already spoken, and his tone was even more certain. "Ha!" Chernzong smiled coldly and looked at the Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace. "Great Elder, please uphold justice." The expert from the Sima family was slightly stunned. He originally thought that after his answer, Chernzong would be provoked and continue to challenge him. He didn't expect that Chernzong wouldn't follow his train of thought. Everyone's gaze fell on the Great Elder. The Great Elder of the mysterious Nether Palace muttered to himself. His gaze fell on Chernzong's face as if he was trying to see through him. Chernzong looked back at him fearlessly. This slot was obtained by Chernzong, so it naturally belongs to Chernzong. If he doesn't want to give it up, no one can force him, the great elder of the mysterious Nether Palace said. He felt that Chernzong was able to obtain one of the slots not only because of luck, but also because of his strength. Moreover, they still didn't know what the regional competition was about. Chernzong had a feeling that the great elder of the mysterious Nether Palace couldn't see through him. If they forced him to give up his slot, he would definitely bear a grudge against them. That wouldn't be a good thing. Hearing the great elder of the mysterious Nether Palace's words, the Sima family members were naturally dissatisfied. However, they didn't say anything else. If they continued, it would be too obvious that they were targeting Chernzong. At this moment, if they did that, they would be disunited and would be criticized by others. If this spread back to the mysterious Nether region, it would be a blow to the Sima family's reputation. Sima Li was even more resentful. He was unhappy with Chernzong and couldn't bear to see Chernzong obtain a slot. That was why he suggested that no matter who obtained the slot, it would be fine as long as it wasn't Chernzong. Unfortunately, his little scheme failed. Xing Yuan and the others who didn't like Chernzong were also disappointed. However, Zheng Tuo, Nan Wukong, and the others were happy for Chernzong. The 11 of you should have a good rest. We will depart for the heavenly cloud region tomorrow. The great elder of the mysterious Nether Palace changed the topic. Everyone was excited. Tomorrow they would depart for the heavenly cloud region. The prefecture competition was about to begin. No one knew what kind of challenges they would face. Trash, all of you are trash. The Mountain Flow Mansion's experts shouted angrily. 11 slots. 11 of them were taken away. And it was under the condition that they had undergone training. The Mountain Flow Mansion's experts' faces were ugly. Out of the 30 slots, they had only obtained 19. It was too little. One had to know that there were more than 200 Sky Prides participating in the prefecture competition. Moreover, all of them had undergone training and were well aware of the Puppet Underground Palace and Capture the Flag on Heavenly Peak. This was better than the Sky Prides from the mysterious Nether region who knew nothing. However, even under such circumstances, they didn't have much of an advantage. In fact, they didn't have much of an advantage. 11 slots. If these people didn't participate in the prefecture competition, the 11 slots would belong to the Mountain Flow Mansion. There are no ifs. We can only blame it on our bad luck. The Mountain Flow Mansion master said, since it's a foregone conclusion, let's not complain anymore. Let the 19 of them have a good rest. We will depart for the heavenly cloud region tomorrow. Once the Mountain Flow Mansion master said that, no one had any objections. On the second day, the people from the Mountain Flow Prefecture set off in a gigantic green flying boat. There seemed to be a cool breeze swirling around the boat, making it look majestic. As for the Sky Prides from the mysterious Nether region, they boarded the Xianming giant ship. The experts from the mysterious Nether region and the 108 Sky Prides were all there. Although only 11 people were participating in the prefecture competition, the others could go and watch. It would increase their knowledge and experience, which would be helpful for their future cultivation. The journey from the Mountain Flow Mansion to the Heavenly Cloud region was not short. With the Xianming giant ship's flying speed, it took them a full day to arrive. Everyone rested on the Xianming giant ship as they prepared for the next challenge. The Heavenly Cloud region was one of the 9 regions of the Xianyuan dynasty. It was vast and far larger than the mysterious Nether region. In such a vast region, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was much richer and purer than the Yuan Qi of the mysterious Nether region. Growing up and cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly give one an advantage. Therefore, the Sky Prides in the Heavenly Cloud region would only be more numerous and even stronger than the Mountain Flow Mansion. Knowing this, not only were they not afraid, but they were also filled with fighting spirit. True geniuses were never afraid of challenges. In the center of the Heavenly Cloud region was a huge city called Heavenly Cloud City. This time, the Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion, Hengjiang Mansion, Copper Mountain Mansion, and Heavenly Cloud region were participating in the Heavenly Cloud region. There were 30 participants from the Mountain Flow Mansion, and 11 of them were from the mysterious Nether region. Hengjiang Mansion and Copper Mountain Mansion probably had the same number of participants, which was 30. As for the number of participants from the Heavenly Cloud region, no one knew. However, it would not be less than 30. When they arrived at the Heavenly Cloud region, everyone was immediately arranged to stay in the Mountain Flow Mansion. They were not bullied like they were in the Mountain Flow Mansion. However, staying with the people from the Mountain Flow Mansion was not a comfortable thing. The Sky Prides from the Mountain Flow Mansion also felt uncomfortable. The prefecture competition was set to take place in 3 days. In other words, everyone had 3 days to rest and gather information about the Heavenly Cloud region, especially the Sky Prides who were participating in the prefecture competition. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Brother Chen, Nan Wukong and I are going to take a stroll outside. Do you want to come with us? Zheng Tuo found Chenzong and asked. I won't be going, Chenzong replied. He had some insights and was going to take advantage of these 3 days to study them. Who knows, he might be able to improve his strength. Naturally, it was important that he did not waste time on strolling. Then we'll go out. Zheng Tuo also understood this, so he did not say anything more. He turned and left with Nan Wukong. Chen Zong calmed down and began to study. The battle in the Puppet Underground Palace, the shock of facing the avalanche when Tianfeng captured the flag, and so on were all clearly displayed in Chen Zong's mind. Chen Zong carefully studied them. Misty Sword. That was a unique skill that he had created himself and was constantly improving. However, after going through the battle, Chen Zong found that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Practicing the martial arts passed down by the predecessors was different from creating one's own. The martial arts passed down by the predecessors had already been fixed. If one practiced it, at most, one could practice to the extreme of that martial art. Being limited by the limitations of the predecessors, it was very difficult to break through. If there was a breakthrough, it would surpass the original shackles, surpass the limits, and surpass that martial art. Self-created martial arts were full of infinite possibilities. It would change as one continued to practice and study. However, no matter how it changed, it would only go in one direction, which was to become more powerful. Self-created martial arts were more compatible with oneself. Because, to create martial arts, one must have almost absolute control of one's own strength and have a very deep understanding of oneself. Knowledge and action as one. Only then could one prove one's way. Self-created martial arts was the road to prove one's way. All kinds of inspiration emerged in his mind, like wisps of sword chi surging, and also like beams of sword light flying. The sword light and sword chi were like flashes of inspiration, bringing Chen Zong more enlightenment. The half-step sword intent was 70%. At this moment it was slowly improving. From 70% to 80% it was more difficult than before. Under normal circumstances, it would take several months or even longer to slowly comprehend. However, with the battle, the time would be shortened. Chapter 1420. Clouds rolled in the sky, and the wind blew the clouds. Chen Zong stood quietly with his eyes closed in his own courtyard. He held the gilded mountain sword in his left hand, and his entire body was extremely relaxed. Lowering the shoulder and dropping the elbow, gathering the mind into the sea of consciousness. His mind was completely empty, and there was no trace of consciousness. There was only the vast and boundless sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Chen Zong opened his closed eyes, and a wisp of extremely pure cold light shot out like a sword, piercing through the sky. Then, the gilded mountain sword seemed to shoot out of its scabbard on its own, and it soared into the sky as if it was weightless. His right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the hilt of the gilded mountain sword. A tyrannical and direct sharpness spread out in an instant, and it went through the sword and soared into the sky. Half-step sword intent. A sword soared into the sky. The golden sword mark seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth, and it only disappeared after a few breaths. Returning the sword to its scabbard, Chen Zong stared at the golden sword mark, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. He only withdrew his gaze when the golden sword mark disappeared. It's still 70%. It's not so easy to break through to 80%. Chen Zong said to himself, and then a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But it's almost there. If there's enough external pressure, there's hope to break through and advance to 80%. At that time, its power will increase by a few times. Every 10% increase in half-step sword intent would increase its power by a few times. 10 to 30% of half-step sword intent was more basic, so the increase wasn't much, and it was only about 20%. From 30 to 40% half-step sword intent, its power would increase by 30%. From 40 to 60%, it would increase by 30%. The increase in power from 60% to 70% was as much as 40%. From 70 to 80%, Chen Zong estimated that it would also increase by 40%. From 80 to 90%, it would be the same. From 90 to 100%, it would increase by more than 90%. Then, his half-step sword intent was the heart sword Dao intent, which was at least an intermediate Dao intent, and its power would be stronger than a basic sword Dao intent. In other words, his 70% half-step sword intent could completely rival an 80% basic half-step sword intent, and it might even surpass it. If the heart sword Dao insight was at the high level, then his 70% half-step sword intent was sufficient to rival a low-level 90% half-step sword intent. He still didn't know what grade of Dao insight it was. Only after it became a true Dao insight would he be able to determine it, or he could go to a special testing place to test it. However, Chen Zong didn't know where to test it. If his half-step sword intent improved, the power of his attacks would also increase, and the power of his sword arts would be even stronger. Especially when he used his own unique skill, it would be even more shocking. At that time, his strength would increase significantly, and he would even have the strength to challenge the 10th place on the Netherworld ranking. Soon. I have a hunch that the 80% half-step sword essence is not far away, Chen Zong murmured to himself. Zheng Tuo and Nan Wukong came back from their stroll outside, and brought a book for Chen Zong. Prodigy list. Chen Zong glanced at it, and his interest was piqued. He flipped it open and read carefully. The names listed were the Sky Prides who were participating in the regional tournament. Of course, it was not all of them, only a portion of them. Most of them were Sky Prides from the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture, while a small portion came from the Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture. On the first page of the prodigy list, the name of the prodigy was Yang Quan, a member of the Heavenly Cloud Prefecture's Yang clan. He was known as the Heavenly Sun King. His exact age was unknown, but it was estimated that he was younger than 50, and he possessed the Heavenly Sun treasure body. He cultivated a superior saint-grade cultivation technique called the Heavenly Sun Illumination Technique, and he had already cultivated it to the 13th level. His martial arts were the Heavenly Sun Finger and the World Illumination Seal. His best battle record was to fight against an ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert and kill him after 100 moves. Chen Zong was shocked when he read this. A half-step Saint Realm expert could kill a First Heaven Saint Realm expert. It was terrifying. One had to know that the gap between the half-step Saint Realm and the Saint Realm was huge. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. This piece of information shattered Chen Zong's previous belief. In the past, Chen Zong thought that a half-step Saint Realm expert could at most escape from an ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert. That was extremely rare. After all, he had relied on the third move of the blood-dripping sword seal to escape from a First Heaven Saint Realm expert. It was also the most powerful move. Moreover, he had also relied on the terrain of the forest and the presence of high-tier demonic beasts. Otherwise, even with the third move of the blood-dripping sword seal, he would have been caught and killed. As for the First Heaven Saint Realm experts that he had killed, he had relied on the heavenly fiend force field of Azura's doppelganger. It could not be considered the strength of his true body. This heavenly Sun King had actually killed a First Heaven Saint Realm expert in a head-on battle. Even the most ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert was terrifying. Of course, the information didn't indicate how he had killed the First Heaven Saint Realm expert, so Chen Zong didn't know. Heavenly Sun Treasure Body. Chen Zong couldn't help muttering to himself. Treasure Body. The Great Abyss King's memory fragments had some information about it, but not much. Therefore, Chen Zong knew about this treasure body, but he didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was similar to a bloodline, but different. It was even rarer than a bloodline. A bloodline could be passed down, but a treasure body wasn't. It was even more uncertain. Moreover, treasure bodies didn't have any clear classification. Every treasure body had amazing potential. If it was properly developed, it would be terrifying. It wouldn't be inferior to a transcendent bloodline. It might even surpass it. To a certain extent, a treasure body was rarer and more powerful than a bloodline. Of course, a transcendent bloodline was also extremely rare and powerful. Speaking of which, Chen Zong didn't have a bloodline or a treasure body. He didn't have these advantages. Naturally, he was inferior to those who had a bloodline and a treasure body. However, he had a strong soul spirit and shocking comprehension ability. He also had the determination and boldness to press forward. The first page of the prodigy list recorded Heavenly Sun King. He wasn't a real king-ranked martial artist. Therefore, Heavenly Sun King was a title. It represented a king-ranked prodigy. If they were referred to as titled martial artists, that would mean that they were truly king-ranked formidable martial artists. Title. One was a title given by people. It was like a legend among the people. A title came from the king naming pagoda. It was like being recognized by the heavens and earth. The second page recorded another king-ranked prodigy named Heiyenza. He was from the Black Flame clan and had a transcendent bloodline, the Black Flame bloodline. He cultivated the supreme-grade Black Flame sky-burning technique and its accompanying martial arts secret skills. He had cultivated to the 13th level and had also killed a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. As for whether Yang Quan or Heiyenza was stronger, it didn't mention. The third page recorded another top prodigy from the Heavenly Cloud sect. He was called the Heavenly Sword King, Yi Qindao. He was born with a sword bone and cultivated the supreme-grade Heavenly Cloud Sky Universe skill and its accompanying martial arts secret skills. He had also cultivated to the 13th level. Like Yang Quan and Heiyenza, he had also killed a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. Yang Quan, Heiyenza, Yi Qindao. No one said who was stronger among the three of them. The fourth page recorded another top prodigy from the Heavenly Cloud state. He was a king-ranked prodigy. Yang Feng. He had the same surname as Yang Quan and was from the Yang clan of the Heavenly Cloud state. Yang Feng cultivated the Heavenly Sun illumination technique and its accompanying martial arts secret skills. It was said that he had cultivated to the 12th level. He didn't have the Heavenly Sun treasured body and didn't have the battle record of killing a First Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. However, He had the battle record of fighting a first Heaven Saint Realm martial artist without being defeated. The prodigy list had 30 pages and each page recorded information about a top prodigy. It wasn't very detailed and might even be a little unreal. But no matter what, it still brought great shock to Chenzong. 30 pages. Out of the 30 top prodigies, 20 of them were from the Heavenly Cloud state and had extraordinary backgrounds. For example, the Heavenly Cloud sect, the Yang clan, and the Black Flame clan. Chenzong guessed that these three were probably the strongest forces in the Heavenly Cloud state. The other 10 pages recorded the top prodigies of the Mountain Flow Mansion, the Horizontal River Mansion, and the Copper Mountain Mansion. Among them, there were 3 top prodigies from the Mountain Flow Mansion. One of them was the Blazing Phoenix King, whose real name was Feng Yanyan. She had a transcendent bloodline and cultivated the Proud Phoenix technique, which was a top-grade saint-grade technique. She had also cultivated it to the 12th level and was extremely powerful. The second one was Zhao Shinkong. He also cultivated a top-grade saint-grade technique. Third, his name was Scholar Tang. The martial technique he practiced was not top-grade sage-grade. Instead, it was high-grade sage-grade. There was one more person in the Mountain Flow Mansion. It was Su Mubai. Su Mubai, the mysterious Nether Prince, cultivated the top-grade saint-grade technique, the mysterious Nether True technique. It was suspected that he had a treasured body related to his eyes, but it was unclear what it was. Su Mubai also has a treasured body. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. Treasured body. It referred to a miraculous physique that wasn't necessarily reflected on the body. It could be reflected in other parts of the body, such as the eyes. Su Mubai was very powerful, so it wasn't strange that it was suspected that he had a treasured body. The next 6 people were from the Horizontal River Mansion and the Copper Mountain Mansion. Chenzong noticed that among the 30 people on the prodigy list, at least half of them cultivated top-grade saint-grade techniques, while the other half cultivated top-grade saint-grade technique. There was a huge gap between top-grade saint-grade techniques and top-grade saint-grade technique. There was an obvious difference in power between techniques of the same level. Therefore, martial artists who practiced saint-class top-grade cultivation methods were usually stronger. Compared to them in terms of techniques, Chenzong didn't have any advantage. In fact, he was at a complete disadvantage. If I use the innate ferocious force field of Azura's doppelganger, I wonder if I can fight with the people on the prodigy list? Chenzong thought to himself. Everyone on the prodigy list was very powerful. At the very least, they were at the same level as Jian Lingxiao. However, there was still a huge gap between his current strength and Jian Lingxiao's. Moreover, even if he had a trump card, his opponents would have one as well. Of course, regardless of whether he could fight them, Chenzong didn't plan to use the Azura's doppelganger's power unless it was absolutely necessary. If he could rely on his true body, then so be it. Although the Azura doppelganger was created by him cultivating the 1,000 appearances Azura, it was still an independent life form. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.